Good morning, everyone. Nice to see everybody. How's everyone feeling? Good. Thanks for being with us this week. This is our final morning. As you've seen from the schedule, it's an extraordinary morning. If I could just ask people to focus on these three individuals. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to see everybody. So what we've done in the Middle East this week, and you've all been here, we had a really compelling panel on Israel. Israel's strategic strength, strongest Israeli position since 1948. We had another panel yesterday on Iran and the consequences of the strikes against Iran. This panel today is going to zoom out and try to determine what are the broader implications for the Middle East itself, for the Arab peoples, as well as Israel. We have three great people. David Petraeus, whom I've had the pleasure of working with in government and out of government, who knows this region in a very real way from his time as commander of CENTCOM, also his time as director for Central Intelligence. And I've appreciated what Dave's had to say already this week. Kim Gaddis, longtime friend. I've known Kim for a long time, based in Beirut, so she understands what's happening from that perspective, currently writing a book, author of Black Wave, an analysis of the Saudi-Iran rivalry, expert in the Middle East. And last but certainly not least, close friend, somebody I really admire, David Ignatius, who's been reporting from the 70s for the Wall Street Journal and the Washington Post on these developments in the Middle East. He's also a great spy novelist, and my wife Libby has just finished his last book. Take it away, David.
So we always like to begin with plugs for books. I think that's great. There are 12 of them, and they make great Christmas gifts. Just want to note that. So as Nick said, this is a panel of three people whose lives in many ways have intersected with the story of the modern Middle East, this amazing arc that we now think is heading toward an inflection point, a new stage in the story. And we're going to try to explore that and ask the question that I don't find being asked often enough, which is, okay, where are we going? You know, we've reached this decisive moment after wars in different countries. Where do we go now? And what are the fundamental drivers of that change? So we'll end up asking the question that Dave Petraeus famously asked my colleague, Rick Atkinson, on the way to Baghdad in 2003 when Dave was commanding the 101st Airborne, which is, Dave said, tell me how this ends. And that was haunting in 2003 on the way to Baghdad. In some ways, it's even more haunting now. We'll get to that question at the end of our conversation. But I want to begin by talking about where this started. And I want to turn first to Kim, who's written a book that I commend to everyone in this audience called Black Wave, that takes as ground zero for the story we're living through the year 1979. And I'll just briefly note the points and then ask Kim to talk about them. In 1979, you had the Iranian Revolution, the earthquake. You had the seizure of the Mecca Mosque, in some ways a kind of second earthquake in the Sunni world. And you had the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. Think of those three drivers. So Kim, let's begin by talking about what happened that year and whether you think that earthquake is finally beginning to settle down.
It's great to be here with both of you. Thanks to the Aspen Security Forum for bringing me over from Beirut. It was a long journey. I come from Beirut with a lot of worries about where we are going and how things are shaping up, and we'll get to that at the end of this conversation. But if we want to go back to 1979 and how we got here, 1979 is indeed a watershed year in which the Saudi-Iran rivalry was born out of the ashes of the Iranian Revolution, superimposed with the Saudi need to show their credentials as leaders of the Arab Muslim world, because the new Islamic leadership of Iran was trying to take that leadership away from them. And Khomeini trying to assert himself as leader not just of Iran or the Shias, but of all Muslims, using the Palestinian cause, among others, as a way to burnish his credentials as a leader with resonance beyond the borders of Iran. And that's why we are partly here today. And of course, then, the invasion of Afghanistan gave Sunni militancy power to think that they could emulate what the Iranians had done, bringing theocracy to power through violence. What happened that year is both the birth of the Saudi-Iran rivalry, which unleashed and washed over the region for 4 decades. It was a geopolitical event, but it was also a cultural, social earthquake, which changed the region culturally. If you look at pictures of the Arab world in the 60s, it's very different from what you see today. It unleashed conservatism, Sunni and Shia. And that rivalry stayed with us and shaped the region, and it had its own dynamics for 40 years, and it is now reached a détente out of convenience, but not out of any meeting of the minds. What happened then in 1982, David, and that's the subject of my next book, is that dynamic of Iran's desire to lead in the Arab world and use the Palestinian cause for its advancement and its expansionist project in the region was superimposed with another watershed event, which was the Israeli invasion of Lebanon in 1982. And what that did is create the real birth of the Iranian axis. It was in the aftermath, or right as the Israelis were invading Lebanon in June 1982, that the Iranians sent their first revolutionary guards to Lebanon to create Hezbollah. And that watershed moment, superimposed with 1979, is, I strongly believe, what brought us to where we are today. It solidified the enmity between the US and Iran, which became violent in Lebanon with the attacks against the Marines, the hostage crisis, all of which you covered. 1982 was a moment when Israel thought it could change the region. Ariel Sharon wanted to reshape the region, make peace with Lebanon, make peace with Syria, eliminate the Palestinian cause. So again, echoes with today and Benjamin Netanyahu's views of the region. And it gave Iran a foothold in Lebanon, the birth of the Iranian axis, which has been decapitated today, but I think is down, but not out.
So that's a wonderful starting point. I remember 1982 just like a dreadful newsreel in my mind. I was in the American Embassy about a half hour before it was blown up in 1983. And as Kim says, I remember the euphoria that the Israelis had as they arrived in Beirut, much like the euphoria of the last month. Now we've done it. Now we've solved our problem. And it didn't turn out that way.
And you wrote, wasn't it your first spy novel about Beirut?
About Beirut,
as I
yeah. Agents of Innocence, my favorite.
It wasn't.
Yeah, and then Bank of Fear came, and
it wasn't. So, Dave, I want to ask you about what I think of as your starting point in this story, and that is the road to Baghdad. You were a young commander. You ended up in Mosul and did amazing things in Mosul. But you and I have talked about that invasion so often over subsequent years, but I've never asked you directly, I don't think, what one thing you think could have been done differently then that would have led to a different outcome than the one we ended up living with?
First of all, just to put it in context, the reason I started asking, tell me how this ends, was because even halfway to Baghdad, Najaf and so forth, you could see the assumptions we'd been provided being invalidated one by one. The idea that we're going to lop the top off, everybody else is going to stay in place, we're going to orchestrate a new government and go home to a victory parade such as after the liberation of Kuwait. So what is the one thing? Well, this reminds me of a question I asked right before the invasion. We were actually all out in the desert floor, the 101st Airborne Division, for example, 20,000 troops, 254 helicopters were spread all over Kuwait, and we get called back to the base there for one final pep talk. We sort of resented it because we all had to fly for an hour back in, and there was no real new information. It was just, I think, the overall commander wanted to look us in the eyes and something. And at the end of that, they asked, anybody got any questions? And there were a couple of questions here and there. I raised my hand and I said, could you just give us a little bit more detail about what happens after we get to Baghdad and topple the regime? And at that time, it was going to be the Organization for Reconstruction and Humanitarian Assistance, ORHA, headed by two retired three-stars that knew both of them well. And one of them turned to me and he said, Dave, you just get us to Baghdad, we'll take it from there. And that did not exactly work out real well. So the real issue, I think, revolves around, again, not just the assumptions, although those were pretty important because that's what you found your Phase 4 plan on, build on, but it was really about having an organization really ready to do this, that actually had a deep understanding of the country. And the truth is that the understanding that most people had of Iraq, if they had any at all, was not from boots on the ground in Iraq proper. It was spending time up in the Kurdish region, say back in 1991 and subsequent times. And so we cycled through ORHA. They got fired. Secretary Rumsfeld got frustrated with them. We bring in the Coalition Provisional Authority. And the very first decisions, without consulting those of us on the ground, who by now, we actually had a provincial council, a governor. We had district councils. This thing is going well. We're doing investment banking deals for the two derelict hotels. We're reopened the border. Commerce is moving, all the rest of this. And these two decisions just cut us off at the knees. Firing the Iraqi military. And that, again, if you want to have an organized DDR process, disarmament, demobilization, reintegration into society, that's one thing. But firing all of them without telling them how we're going to enable them to provide for themselves and their families was a grievous error. And it really plagued us, I'd argue, all the way, maybe forever, but certainly until the surge when we actually had a real reconciliation process, because that was the second one. It wasn't just firing the Ba'ath Party. I'm all for that. We killed Saddam's sons, in fact. That was the right thing to do when they resisted detention. It was firing the bureaucrats, tens and tens of thousands of them, whom we needed to run a country that we didn't sufficiently understand, and without an agreed reconciliation process. That was the deficiency. Again, if you want to filter your way through, certainly fire level 1, level 2, level 3, but level 4, and many of them were Western educated. In fact, I think a majority of them that actually invested in them, and they were much more secular than those who tended to replace them over time. We were able in the North to get an exception from Ambassador Bremer to conduct our own reconciliation process, which is why Mosul continued to go so much better for so much longer, but even there eventually that couldn't be sustained without support from Baghdad. So it really comes down for what do you do the day after? And we did not have a sufficient plan for that, and the adhocracy and all the rest. I have actually wondered, a lesson that I've taken from that is that you should use existing institutions, establish them right away, get an embassy and get the the Army Corps of Engineers, get the defense contracting, use existing organizations rather than a complete pickup team, which then, as you'll recall, was also rotating every 3 months, so you never had any continuity with those who were trying to help rebuild the ministries in Baghdad.
I commend to the audience Dave's recent book, Conflict, which is a history of most of the conflicts the United States has been involved in since the end of the Second World War and the lessons from them. And to just summarize your book in a sentence, Dave says again and again, you've got to get the big ideas right. And you just heard a big idea. Never heard you phrase it just that way, that use the existing institutions to the extent you can.
There were actually 3 lessons that I took from the invasion of Iraq. Number 1 is that we should understand a country much better than we did, certainly than I did and my counterparts and others. Understand all the elements of it, how it's supposed to run, how it really runs, all the ethnic, sectarian, political. We had a surface understanding, but not the kind of detailed understanding that we needed. And then we launched north to Mosul, which we weren't supposed to do. We didn't even have maps for Mosul. We printed maps all night long before we put the soldiers on the helicopter. So that's number 1. Number 2 was use existing organizations, institutions, rather than pick up teams. And then number three is that you should not conduct a policy, implement a policy or an operation if it doesn't take more bad guys off the street than it creates by its conduct. And these two actions, firing the Iraqi military, hundreds of thousands of individuals whose incentive was to oppose the new Iraq rather than to support it, and then the same with the many tens of thousands of level 4 Ba'ath Party members in particular whom we needed to run a country, again, that we didn't sufficiently understand.
I want to pick up on something that David just said, the general, which is that don't do anything that you think isn't going to take off more bad guys from the street than it's going to create. That was a big mistake in 1982. And there was very little planning or wargaming of what happens after Israel invades Lebanon. And that led us to the creation of Hezbollah. They hadn't assessed how Lebanon had changed, how the region had changed because of the Iranian Revolution. They hadn't assessed that they could be creating enemies on the ground. They had very little planning for the day after. And fast forward to today, again, a lot of great military successes by Israel. Gaza is devastated, 50,000 or more dead. Hamas is decimated, but no real plan for the day after in Gaza. In Lebanon, great military success. Hezbollah decapitated. What's the strategy? Are we creating more bad guys? Are we creating Hezbollah 2.0, 3.0? And, same question can be asked in Syria.
Just really quickly, David, from that experience, in my 5 combat commands as a general officer, we always had a sign that was staring me in the eyes, right up next to all the maps in the command center, and it asked a question: will this operation take more bad guys off the street than it creates by its conduct? And if the answer to that is no, you're supposed to go sit under a tree until the thought passes.
It's a good suggestion for all of us. This is a story, as our initial discussion made clear, of unanticipated consequences and the need to think as clearly as you can about what's coming. One, I would say, unanticipated consequence it was the rise of Mohammed bin Salman as the crown prince and effective leader of Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia was the problematic missing piece in the puzzle. It was supposed to be this strong center of Sunni resistance to revolutionary Iran, but under previous monarchs, Saudi Arabia was so careful, so frightened of itself, so frightened of internal Islamist threats that it didn't really move. And then along came this brash young man, Mohammed bin Salman. A big part of your book, Kim, is about his rise. Dave, you've known him, talked to him, thought deeply about him. Just each of you reflect a little bit on where he is. We passed through. I have to say this. Jamal Khashoggi was my colleague and my friend, and I've done everything I can to hold his memory sacred. But we're in a different period now, and I'd like each of you to talk about it and the risks of failure for MBS and the possibility of great success.
What the Saudis did over 40 years after the Islamic Revolution wasn't just, shrink back into within their borders and become more conservative, but also feed Islamist currents, Sunni Islamist currents across the region, which led to sectarian warfare, including in Iraq in the aftermath of 2003. The rise of Al-Qaeda, the Taliban, etc., that is a product of the Saudi-Iran rivalry, which was fought at various levels, including cultural and social and religious. Fast forward to Mohammed bin Salman. He first started out as a brash young defense minister who wanted to teach Iran a lesson. And you get the war in Yemen, you get things like slapping around the Lebanese prime minister, trying to fund and arm militants in Syria. They were trying to, in essence, emulate Qasem Soleimani. And he learned very quickly that that was not the way to work, and I give him credit for maturing. I think Saudi foreign policy today, and me too, a close friend of Jamal Khashoggi, distraught by what happened. But Jamal Khashoggi himself would like us to acknowledge how MBS has matured and how he has transformed for the better the lives of millions of young Saudis who deserve a better chance at a more enlightened, more carefree life. And I think we should acknowledge that. Today, I think the opportunities are great, but I think Saudi Arabia, which wanted to establish relations with Israel before October 7th, is finding itself with a conundrum that it cannot solve on its own without pressure from the United States on Israel, which is it is not going to reach out to Israel anymore unless they get a promise of a Palestinian state. The bar for that has risen tremendously. And I think the Saudis and various countries in the Arab world, the UAE even, the Jordanians, the Egyptians, are frustrated by Benjamin Netanyahu's belligerence because they want to create a new Middle East, the Middle East we've all been hoping for, that is more modern, that is more reformed, that is more progressive, however you define that term, but that is about a forward-looking vision, right? Which is something that President Trump is also in support of. And so the Saudis are very frustrated, not just by Benjamin Netanyahu's belligerence, but by the apparent inability of the Trump administration to rein in Benjamin Netanyahu and get us all back on the same page towards that forward vision for the Middle East, which we saw briefly appear in front of us when President Trump went to Saudi Arabia, and then we got sidetracked again.
Dave, what would be your MBS assessment?
Visionary, aggressive, impatient at times, a young man in a hurry, but a young man who actually has seriously big ideas. And we should keep in mind that what has enabled him to push these forward was some very adroit maneuvering at the outset. Remember, he was not even the crown prince. That was Mohammed bin Naif. You used to have 3 different factions controlling Ministry of Defense. That was what his father had, so he was the deputy minister. You had bin Naif was the Minister of Interior, and then you had Prince Mittab was the National Guard. These are all 3 different elements from the original king. And what he did is consolidate power. He took over as crown prince. He then got Mohammed bin Naif was shouldered aside, got a confederate in there, if you will, of his, and then Prince Mittab was the last. And so now there's a consolidation of power. And to be fair, in doing that, he has accelerated decision-making there in a way that's never been seen before. It used to be somewhat sclerotic because you had these different factions that would all wrangle, and decision-making, as you recall, was just endless. It took a very long time to get something out of that at times. And so that is not the same. And there's never been a consolidation of power like we see there, and there's never been someone with the kind of vision that he has put forward as well. You can ask if some of that is beyond realistic, maybe, Neom and so forth, but he knows that. I remember one time in Washington when he was here, I said, this is pretty far-reaching stuff. He said, General, if we only achieve 65% of Vision 20, think how extraordinary that will be. And that is the case. And he's taken actions that no one dared to take. Much overlooked is how they shouldered aside a lot of the clerical establishment sort of early on. They put women in a particular council that overshadowed that they were doing that. Then, of course, women to drive and on and on. So this is a really significant development in a region in which Saudi Arabia arguably is now the big Arab country. It's not Egypt. It's not some of the old traditional centers of influence. It's really the Saudis and then the other Gulf states, in particular, of course, UAE. And each of these has, and I'd submit that Qatar does as well, this kind of very aggressive vision with leadership by a young individual compared with the tradition.
I can remember asking MBS in one of those early conversations, Your Highness, one lesson surely of military history is you have to concentrate your fire. You have to choose what key objectives you want and then go. He said, no, David, I need to go after everything at once. And he had this gleam in his eye.
They've learned the lesson.
And he did. I mean, that's pretty much what he did. So,
and there have been some tough lessons. I mean, the Yemen campaign, which I
totally
arguably we should have supported when they had the chance to take the port of Hodeidah, but that did not turn out well, and they eventually had to withdraw and scale back their objectives there.
So I want to just briefly ask the two of you, because the number of questions still, to give me a quick shorthand assessment of where you think Iran is going. We're hearing from some of our Iranian friends, well known, I know, to not Iranian, but near neighbors, that Iran seems now to move toward a triumvirate of pragmatic leaders trying to steer things forward. Larijani, Rouhani, Khatami are the names that are mentioned. Just briefly, I'd be curious where each of you think governance in Iran will be a year from now.
We have a common friend who tells us all the time that the road in Iran is a one-way street, right? This 40-year arc of the Islamic Revolution is coming to an end.
This is a prominent Western diplomat.
Who was based in Iran. That road is coming to an end, but exactly how it ends, we just don't know yet. I think that the Israeli-Iran 12-day war has actually complicated matters internally and in the region. Far be it from me to advocate for more war. That's not what I'm trying to say, but I think it was inconclusive in the way that the Iranian regime feels that it can now recalibrate, find a way to consolidate, put forward pragmatists, maybe become a military dictatorship, push the theocrats, the clerics to the side, which is going to mean more oppression internally, which is not a good thing, but that's just how it's going to be. I do think that they're going to push forward with the nuclear program, the same way that Israel did after the 1967 war. They feel that this is their only deterrent. It has complicated efforts to continue to put Hezbollah in a corner in Lebanon, because they're looking at their bosses in Iran and they're like, wow, they sustained that shock. They didn't tell us we need to disarm. We can hang on. And if they sustain that shock, we can sustain further pressure. So it's actually complicated things. But I think that in the sort of medium term, we're looking at a more oppressive, more militaristic Iranian regime.
Dave, what do you think a year from now?
Well, first of all, I think we have to step back a little bit and recognize that Israel's strategic calculation is very, very different from before 7 October. And that's a big deal for the region. Israel will never again allow a threat to materialize, not just in the neighboring countries and territory, but they won't allow it to emerge in the greater Middle East. And in that regard, Iran, I think, has to realize that they are defenseless right now. They took down this sophisticated Russian S-300 air and ballistic missile defense system. None of us knew how the F-35, which of course the Israelis used to do this, was going to perform against it. It performed magnificently. The Russians clearly don't have S-300s or S-400s to spare. They don't have enough for themselves, given all the Ukrainian action in the Federation. And so they have to recognize that if they make another move, they're going to get hammered once again. And I don't think that an Israeli prime minister, even if it's not Bibi Netanyahu, will allow the Iranians to proceed down the path to a nuclear device. So that, I think, you have to understand, and they have to come to understand that, I think, as they evolve. But then the question really is, it depends. It depends on what is the succession. Is there still a very strong, hardline cleric at the pinnacle of power in Iran, of the regime? Or could there actually be some new kind of, again, triumvirate, whatever you might want to term it, that takes over? You could actually entertain at least the notion that since they control 30 to 40% of the economy, that the Revolutionary Guards Corps says, hey, why are we doing all this stuff? We could be living high on the hog and stop getting bombed and our headquarters getting taken out and us individually targeted. If we just cut loose Hezbollah and all these others, who cares? And this nuclear stuff, what has this brought us? Now, I know that's fantastic.
Great place for in Los Angeles, just waiting for them.
I think the mindset of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard and the current Iranian leadership was really shaped by the Iran-Iraq war. And we have to remember that, where they felt abandoned by everybody, and they doubled down on everything.
And then drank from the poison chalice, though.
Absolutely.
So we have just gosh, 4 minutes left, but I want to touch on Lebanon, Syria, and just briefly Gaza. So first, Kim, take on Lebanon.
In 4 minutes, okay.
You know, you can give us the 1.5 minute version. Has Lebanon finally reached the promised land of regaining its sovereignty as a country?
Not yet. We're on the way, but not yet. Hezbollah's decapitated, but not down and out. This is not the IRA that can take decisions on its own internally. They answer to Iran, and Iran has not said disarm. They will want a political price, a political reward for disarming. We don't know what that looks like. More power in the parliament, more power from the president, etc. Their resupply routes have been very much affected, obviously, by the fall of the Assad regime. But Iran is busy again, and that's why I say, we had a really golden opportunity at the beginning of the year when everything was in flux. Hezbollah was, very much on the back foot. Assad was gone. Gaza was had a ceasefire in January. This was the moment to strike with a grand political vision, diplomatic vision for the region. Now, everybody's recalibrating. Iran is trying to see how it can get a foothold stronger again into Lebanon, even into Syria. When it comes to Syria, I'm a great supporter of what the Trump administration has done. I was a big proponent of backing Ahmed al-Shara. There was no other alternative. He was the man who was there. Syria was exhausted by 13 years of war. Good riddance, Assad. He was so evil that anything would be better. That doesn't mean that we should give Ahmed al-Shara a blank check. We need to continue to breathe down his neck every day. I think we've gone a little bit too far in embracing him. Great about lifting the sanctions, but you still need to breathe down his neck because international support does not translate into national legitimacy yet. And he's not done enough in terms of national legitimacy. And the problem of, again, Israel using force to shape the region to its liking is causing trouble. With the Druze in Syria, this is having repercussions in Lebanon. It's very tense at the moment in Lebanon. We don't have time to go into the details, but what's happening in the Suwaida province, where Israel is helping the Druze, yes, but not out of any humanitarian concern, taking more territory in Syria is affecting the Druze community in Lebanon. The Sunnis are getting riled up, and so we really need to watch that. We're potentially looking at real trouble again.
Dave, what's your assessment of Syria? And in particular, just say a word about the ISIS detainees in the northeast that we have been helping the SDF guard.
So first and foremost, again, recognize that Syria, like Mosul in a way, when we arrived up there when I was a two-star, it has almost all of the ethnic, sectarian, tribal, political fault lines of the Middle East running through it. So his job is a very challenging one. But I should note that he is a proud alumnus of Camp Bucca, the detention facility in southern Iraq during the surge. And we believe that he understands the need for a government that has representation from all of these different elements and not only assures majority rule, but also ensures minority rights. That's the big idea for Syria. There's going to be a dozen Suwaidas, if not. And one of those is obviously going to be with the Syrian Democratic Forces that we still support, that we enabled to defeat the Islamic State caliphate in northeastern Syria, and now are controlling tens of thousands of individuals, some of whom are hardcore terrorists, others are the family members and children of hardcore terrorists at that detention facility in northeastern Syria that you have visited and are concerned about. And then very quickly, maybe on Gaza, I have strongly supported the Israelis achieving the three objectives they've set out: destroy Hamas, keep Hamas from governing again, and get the hostages back. But I've said publicly from the very beginning and written about it as well that I just don't think they're going about it the right way. Again, the big idea here should be to conduct a comprehensive civil military counterinsurgency campaign, clear hold, build, and transition. And you establish security as you go along with this. You use population control measures, biometric ID cards, get people back in their homes or where they were in better shelter. And that requires a fourth objective, which has never been stated, and that is to provide a better future for the Palestinian people in Gaza
without Hamas in their lives.
And in the West Bank.
Absolutely. So that's the challenge that they have. Hamas has not been destroyed. It's been degraded, but it's still probably the most guys with the most guns. It probably still would emerge if you have a free-for-all in there, even with some of these tribal elements that Israel is arming and helping. And the hostages back, negotiations, can that be done? I want to see that happen, but I'm really worried about what is the future of Gaza, for which there's been no real vision provided for what life of the Palestinian people will look like.
Kim, last thought?
The way forward requires less bombing and more visionary strategy. That includes a diplomatic path, which can translate what President Trump is talking about, what MBS is talking about, and what we all want in the region. For the longest time, many of us, and me included, thought that the Palestinian issue, okay, it's one of our problems in the region. We can't stay hostage to it. We need to reform, do our thing, clean up our houses internally, and eventually we'll figure out the Palestinian cause or not. While researching my next book, I've come to the conclusion, I've changed my mind. We still need to do all of that, and I think we are. When you look at Qatar, when you look at Saudi Arabia, when you look at Lebanon, when you look at Syria, we are all actively trying to build the future. And now we seem to all be hostage to Benjamin Netanyahu's political career, which is a real shame. This is the moment to translate some of these military successes in Lebanon, in Iran, in Gaza, in Syria, into a vision for the region going forward. And that includes addressing the issue of the Palestinian cause, Palestinian state, whatever you want to call it. And if I may just pay tribute to one man who features prominently in my next book, which is Malcolm Kerr, president of the American University of Beirut, who was assassinated in Lebanon in 1984. The first political assassination by Hezbollah. He wrote in 1967 that any side deal between Israel and Arabs that doesn't address the central cause of the Palestinian issue is constantly going to be doomed to failure. We succeeded with Jordan and Egypt, but we have the Abraham Accords with the UAE, but we won't be able to go much further if we don't address that.
So that's a good point to end on, and I just want to note the obvious symmetry of the comments from our panelists, that what's required, even as we have this amazing military transformation, military-driven, an inflection point is clear strategic planning and guidance. I should say in closing, Malcolm Kerr was a friend of mine. I can remember walking with him on the lawn of the American University of Beirut, looking out over the Mediterranean not long before he was killed. And I do often think of him as somebody who embodied our hopes for the Middle East and the way that those were crushed. And I hope when we come back next year, we'll actually answer the question, tell me how this ends, but we'll have a little more progress in this arc that we've been trying to describe for you. So thank you very much, panelists.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can please be seated. Hey, Jonathan. Ladies and gentlemen, after that tour de force we just had in the Middle East, questioning some of our assumptions about what the Middle East will look like going forward, we're now going to see a real revolution in what's happening in the European theater on investment in defense, security, space, all of these issues. And we have here with us Andrius Kubilius, who is the European Commissioner for Defense and Space. He's also the former Prime Minister of Lithuania. And so he has seen the Russian threat really up close. And Mr. Kubilius told me last night that I think you are quintupling the investment that the European Commission is doing in defense, which is really definitely something we would not have expected. So you're the leader in that effort, doing a huge amount of work, and we're grateful for you for being with us. And to interview Mr. Kubilius, we have Jonathan Martin from Politico. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Thank you for being here. I want to start with the news, which is extraordinary. That quintuple reference jumps off the page. Past American presidents have tried for decades to get the Europeans to spend more on defense, and Trump finally pulled it off. Our friend Ed Luce at the FT, who many of you know, has a piece this morning in which he writes that Trump got NATO members to pledge something that they should have done years ago, which is to significantly lift their defense spending. At least on paper, Trump has succeeded where his predecessors failed. And I should say, by the way, that Ed's book, fantastic book, is available here on sale. Shameless pitch for Ed. You can buy it on Zabig. But I want to ask you, how much credit should President Trump get for this massive spike in European defense spending?
Well, first of all, good morning, and thanks a lot, really, for invitation to be present here in this, Aspen forum. Really, it's a big honor. And second, well, very direct question. I can say that perhaps we need to divide that, achievement of that Europeans started to spend much more money for defense in between of President Trump, but also President Putin. Because definitely
They share the credit in some ways. Yeah.
Oh, it's different credits, of course, but nevertheless, we need to understand that, first of all, with the war, Russian war against Ukraine, Europeans got very clear message that, this permanent threat from authoritarian, aggressive Russia is becoming really a threat not only to the neighborhood countries, but also to the whole Europe. Second, starting from somewhere from the middle of last year, we started to get very clear messages from our intelligence services. For example, German one, Dutch one, and some others, which started to speak very loudly that Russia is preparing and will be ready to test Article 5 in Europe during next 3 or 5 years. And the numbers which we started to get, again, from our intelligence services, from experts, that, for example, Russia now is producing, during 3 months, such amount of ammunition, which, all the member states of NATO, including Europeans and Americans, were able to produce only during 1 year. That was a message which, put us into very clear, understanding what threats we're facing and that we need to do something much more than we were doing before.
So the cajoling of Trump and the threat of Putin simultaneously created a new sense of urgency in a lot of European capitals on defense.
That's precisely. I would add, in addition, that what we started to understand, I'm always repeating that, that from one side, really, we are facing clear threats from Russian side, and that is why we need to, ramp up our defense readiness. From another side, we understand very logically that American side has a lot of arguments to look more and more towards possible threats from rising Chinese military power,
right,
and to shift, maybe, in evolutionary way, yes, to shift more and more of their attention towards Indo-Pacific, and that means that we need to take care much more about European security on our own shoulders.
It's a striking reflection of the times we're in that in literally the same month that President Trump was at the NATO summit in Europe, he also, soon after, threatened a 30% tariff, as you know, on EU countries. Would it create challenges for European nations to spend more money on defense if they're having to spend so much money on tariffs to pay to the U.S.?
Of course, this, how to say, dispute on tariffs is not the best way for us, to look into our transatlantic relations. There are different arguments. I do not see such kind of problems which, maybe American side is raising. I hope still, that we are able to agree till August, the 1st of August. I know that the teams are working very, very heavily. But definitely, it's not only about the question about how much money we need to spend on our defense readiness and what we shall do if, the new tariffs policy will create some kind of economical problems. The question is also about political trust in between of each other, and some kind of credibility. Because the threats which we are facing demand some kind of this, unity of our political understanding. And let's look how to build that, trust among ourselves, how to keep it.
President Trump has urged the Europeans to buy Patriot missiles from the U.S. At the same time, Europeans are, including in Brussels, are encouraging member states to buy Europe in terms of defense procurement. Does President Trump's urging, maybe even demanding that Ukraine buy Patriot missiles undercut that campaign of buy Europe in Brussels?
No, it's a little bit maybe, how to say, also more complicated, but also more simple issue.
Okay.
Because first of all, Patriots are the systems which, nobody else is producing some kind of set quality of the weapons, and Ukrainians need that. So it's good that, there is some kind of agreement in between of President Trump and NATO General Secretary and some leaders of European countries that now we shall really find the way how to supply to Ukraine those Patriot systems which are very much needed, because as we can see from what President Putin is doing, despite all President Trump efforts to have some kind of negotiations on peace agreement, President Putin is increasing attacks against Ukraine, against Kiev. So Patriots are very much needed. From another side, we need to see very clearly that we Europeans, if we want to take responsibility on our shoulders, we need to take care also about our defense industry. And because of that, really, we are creating European Union level programs. Now we agreed last Wednesday in the Commission meeting, last meeting, on next MFF, we are increasing defense spending on EU level up to 130 billion euros for next 7 years budgetary period. But majority of money for defense in Europe will be spent by member states. And here is no regulation how member states will spend those money. We shall try to use European Union programs to incentivize member states to spend more of their money
In Europe.
Yeah. But the proportion is very simple.
Yeah.
During 7 years from 2028 till 2035, what is next MFF period, on European Union level, we shall have more or less 100 billion euros for defense. On national level, it will be around 4 trillion euros to be spent for defense. So majority of money will be not regulated at all.
And you want to see the bulk of that money spent in Europe on European defense contractors?
We are trying to convince member states really to take care about the European defense industry, but till now, around 40% of contracts, what member states were doing, were contracts with American defense industry.
Yeah. Let's talk about Russia for a few minutes. Obviously, in Washington, there's been a remarkable story the last 2 weeks in which President Trump has grown frustrated with what he perceives as Putin slow-walking him and avoiding a peace deal that Trump so eagerly wants. And Trump has taken a tougher tack toward Putin and has said directly to his Department of Defense, supply Ukraine with more defensive weapons. This is a very different posture that we've seen in the last 2 weeks. What's your sense? What can you tell us about this new approach from President Trump? Why do you think he's taken this new line on Russia?
Well, my guess is that he understood, that some kind of diplomacy with Putin, especially on such kind of question like peace in Ukraine, is not bringing any kind of results, which we knew before. We Europeans, we knew that before. Well, it took some time for President Trump, to understand also that logic. And the only way to bring peace, into Ukraine is really to implement this formula, peace through strength, which, as we understand also, President Trump is very much in favor. We are in favor also. What does it mean? It means that we need to give more strength to Ukraine. All the additional strength to Ukraine can come only from our side, from Europeans and from Americans.
Yes.
Can we do that? In my view, yes. Because if you will look how much we were military supporting Ukraine till now, both sides, Americans around of 60 billion euros, and we Europeans around 60 billion euros during 3 years. Per year, it comes down to 20 billion euros, which means that our support to Ukraine from both sides was around of 0.1% of our GDP. 0.1%. We are ready to invest into our defense, national defense, 3.5 or even 5, as we can calculate according to NATO agreement. But for Ukraine, we're giving only 0.1%. So there is a possibility to bring additional strength to Ukraine, and that is what we need to do.
But we know that he had some adverse, shall we say, conversations with Putin on the phone that sort of turned him. And we also know that his wife, who herself is, Eastern European by birth, was telling the president that he talks a good game on the phone and that he's bombing these civilians after he hangs up the phone. President Trump said that out loud, so we know that. She was a fairly effective lobbying force. But tell us who in Europe has Trump's ear. Is this Zelensky who's establishing a better relationship? Are there other heads of state in the EU who have effectively made the case to Trump about Ukraine? I know President Stubb in Finland, for example, has developed a good rapport on the golf course with President Trump. But who's talking to him? Who's making this case persuasively, do you think?
I don't see, well, I do not have very clear, picture. This is only, what we can read in the newspapers, in Politico itself, and so on, guessing that Friedrich Merz had, important conversation and continues to have conversations. Of course, Finnish President Alexander Stubb, British Prime Minister Starmer, also is active. So there are, names and names which, we can name that we're trying to convince President Trump administration that, Putin is not going to have, he has no interest in peace.
Yes.
And the only way is to support Ukraine in order to avoid such an outcome, which can be very painful for the whole West. If the West will show that we are not strong enough to assist Ukraine in order to defend itself against Russian aggression, so China, I think, is watching very much,
yes.
And China will make a very simple conclusion. The West is weak. So we cannot allow to, the situation to develop in such a way.
If Ukraine falls, that emboldens the Chinese, you think, in the Pacific?
I think so. I can guess just, but I know that definitely, Chinese are watching.
Yeah. You're a former head of state in the Baltics. There's a sort of common currency here in America that certainly among folks who are more internationalist, more hawkish, that if Ukraine does fall, that Putin would try to move into other parts of Eastern Europe, including the Baltics. Is that your view too, that if Zelensky falls, if Ukraine falls to Putin and the Russians, that he would then try to make an incursion into the Baltic states?
Definitely, our weakness always is encouraging Putin. That's what we know from previous times. Even.
But would he invade the Baltics, do you think?
So when we hear from intelligence services, for example, of Germany, head of intelligence service, publicly announced that they have evidence that Putin is preparing, or they are discussing in Kremlin, some plans to test Article 5. The question is then very simple. If that is really such a perspective, so where he will test? Of course, in the neighboring countries which are members of NATO. So which countries are in the neighborhood and members of NATO? It's very simple, Baltic states, Finland, and so on. I cannot, say that, that he will go definitely to Estonia or to Lithuania, but that, threat feeling is here in our countries. That is why we're increasing our defense spending. We are building up our capabilities. We're happy that, NATO is taking care also. We have, for example, German brigade in Lithuania, other brigades from different countries in other Baltic states. So we are preparing, but, we need also to understand very clearly one additional issue. Now, on the European continent, there are two military forces, battle-tested forces, with ability to use millions of drones. Ukrainians are saying that Russians are in drone warfare as good as Ukrainians. Ukrainians are ready to use this year 4 million drones and to produce them. It means that Russians are going to produce similar amount or even more. And if, day X will come, we shall face aggression of a Russian battle-tested army, which is stronger than it was back in 2022. Another army on the European continent, which is also battle-tested, is Ukrainian army. So the question is how we can, as quickly as possible, to look for some kind of arrangement to strengthen our defense capabilities, integrating Ukrainian, both their military forces and their very powerful military industry into European networks.
In speaking with the Ukrainians, do you feel confident that President Zelensky has repaired his relationship with President Trump?
Well, I can just, make my conclusions from reading Politico or some other,
You talk to the government in Kyiv, though. You're the defense commissioner of the EU.
No, definitely, we see that more positive, development. And really, the recent conversations perhaps were quite important. And, I hope that also President Trump started to understand better President Zelensky, who made such kind of impact. Again, we can guess how much Europeans, how much Zelensky. Now recently I have read an article about influence of Foreign Secretary Rubio, and so on. So it's good that such development is happening.
The other part of your title, beyond being the Commissioner for Defense, is the Commissioner for Space. And I want to ask you about the spending that you're overseeing going forward. The Commission has a budget, I think, of $131 billion for defense and space. How much of that do you see going for defense? How much of that do you see going for space?
Well, that is what we shall discuss among ourselves. It's good,
Tell us here first if you want.
It's good increase in general, for defense and space, because till now, in the budget of today, we have 26 billion. So it's 5 times, more in the next budget. I hope that, member states more or less will agree on that, because still we have two years of negotiations on that budget. And, what we see really that in space, first of all, we have quite good developments with European systems like Galileo for positioning or Copernicus for Earth observation. Now we are building IRIS² for satellite secure communication, and somebody saying that it will be better than Starlink. I hope so. And also we see how much still we need to develop new systems, especially for intelligence data, for our defense and security people, and that will demand money. So I will not tell you precisely how that division will be done in between of defense and space, but definitely space budget also will increase quite substantially.
I think we have time for one question here. If anybody wants to grab the mic and ask about Ukraine or European defense spending or anything else. Yes, sir. Right here in the middle. We can sneak in 2 if we're fast. Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm Alexander Yui, Taiwan's representative to the United States. I was based in Brussels before. So, hello, Commissioner. I have a question on China, People's Republic of China. You mentioned China's issue, and Secretary General Rutte from NATO mentioned not long ago that Russia will help China invade Taiwan by distracting Europe. And I think that's China's already trying to do that by helping Russia continue the war in Ukraine, by supporting Russia by way of economically, financially, even helping them have their military production in full capacity. So my question is EU engaging with the Chinese on this matters? Because it's a war of attrition, and for China to, I think China would like this war to continue as long as possible, because it weakens Russia and weakens the West. Thank you.
Well, I can just share my recent discussion with famous General Zaluzhny, who was the first commander of Ukrainian army when Russians invaded back in 2022. Now he is ambassador in London, but he has quite interesting and important overviews of how the war is going on and who is learning, who is still not learning. And in his view, China really is among those who are very much learning from this war, and they want that war to go on, in between of Russia and Ukraine. Russians are learning a lot also. They improved their capabilities. We Europeans are still, not so much, moving ahead with that learning process. So what China is planning to do, for me, it's not my, how to say, responsibility, but definitely we need to understand that, our developments and our ability to defend Ukraine can very much influence what China will decide to do, towards Taiwan. So this is very much interconnected.
You believe China is more likely to invade Taiwan if the West walks away from Ukraine?
Well, it's, I can just guess that, all those threats and building up of military capabilities of China, and knowing, their demands that, Taiwan should be part of China, I'm worried about, that the whole development can go into real military conflict. So let's do everything in order really to show that such kind of conflicts will not bring any kind of benefit for whatever country, either for Russia or for China.
We'll end on that. Thank you so much for your time. Thanks all of you for being here. Appreciate it.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Good morning. We're going to go right into our next panel. If you could be seated, please. And quiet in the back, if we can have that as well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. As we do every year, we're going to hear from two very experienced senior senators from the U.S. Senate, and Peter Baker is going to referee this discussion. One word about what they may end up talking about. Congress, and the Senate specifically, obviously has a big role in what's happening in Washington, with Voice of America, with Radio Free Asia, with USAID, or the remnants thereof. I think of it in terms of our battle with China for global influence. So Peter's going to conduct this discussion. I'm very happy that both senators are here. You know, Senator Chris Coons from Delaware is a member of the Appropriation, Ethics, Foreign Relations, Judiciary, and Small Business Committees. Senator Mark Warner from Virginia, former governor, is vice chair of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, member of the Senate Finance, Banking, Budget, and Rules Committees, senior senators with a lot of experience on national security. Thank you for being here, Senator Warner. Senator Coons, Peter.
Well, thank you very much, Nick. Appreciate it. Thank you guys for coming this morning. Thank you, senators, for being here. We are lucky to have two of the most senior senators, the smartest and most insightful senators on national security, foreign affairs, intelligence. Unfortunately, Senator Corden couldn't be here, which is a shame. So we're going to try to get Senator Warner and Coons to disagree with each other a little bit, so we have a little bit of multiple points of view. So, senators, just last night, the House passed the bill that you guys had passed a day earlier on rescissions, cutting back on foreign aid, and of course, we know that USAID has all basically been shuttered. I think I know where this audience might stand. I think I know where you stand, but talk a little bit about your view about this bill. Isn't there, I mean, it's certainly going to be a popular bill among a lot of people who actually do think we spend too much on foreign aid. So what is the value of spending money on foreign aid these days? Why were you against this bill, and what will the implications be?
Well, Peter, thank you, and thanks to Aspen Security Forum for a chance to be back. Don't just ask me, go back and roll tape on what a guy named Marco Rubio, as a senator, said about foreign aid, Lindsey Graham said about foreign aid, General and Secretary Jim Mattis said about foreign aid. We had a long, deep, bipartisan understanding that spending just 1% of our discretionary budget on disaster relief, on humanitarian assistance, on development around the world stabilized countries that were otherwise teetering over into internal conflict, helped prevent jihadism, terrorism, extremism, helped interdict folks who would otherwise migrate to the American southern border, and frankly helped treat and cure diseases which otherwise might well come to this country. I've long believed in the power of our foreign assistance programs as an example of America's values. Unfortunately, the abrupt, chaotic, and disorganized way that DOGE came in and tore up USAID has been incredibly disruptive and wasteful. There's hundreds of millions of dollars of food and medical supplies that we're actually spending more money to burn or to dispose of. And in dozens of countries around the world, the Chinese have moved in with an argument that we are not a reliable partner. They will never replace us as a humanitarian donor. That's really not their main goal. But Jeanne Shaheen, who is today the senior Democrat on foreign relations, just released a minority report. I'm behind her in seniority on the committee. And it was a terrific report that looked at this question in detail. How is it hurting our standing in the world? What are our adversaries doing to take advantage of this moment? And what I'm now trying to work on with colleagues is how do we make the argument successfully in the upcoming elections? How do we rebuild support? We have not gone to zero. We did manage to save the core of PEPFAR. There is still some programming. But the depth of the cut and the harm to our reputation, I think, is deep and broad. And this rescission has set us on a very, very bad path. As an appropriator, our appropriations meeting yesterday was all about the rescission and how this fundamentally undermines trust in each other as appropriators in what has to be a bipartisan process, despite OMB Director Russ Vought saying it needs to be less bipartisan.
Well, this is... Please.
Last time I let you go first.
I wanted to get a word in edgewise, Mark.
It was also, I think, this led to the fourth sleepover we've had this year in the Senate. And Chris and I get tired, but But, you got to give credit for Chuck Grassley, who keeps coming out and doesn't miss any of these votes. Let me just add a piece on that, in that, for 75 years, America's power has come from economic power, military power, but soft power. And the remarkable thing is, starting with Doge in this effort, we're basically seeing the destruction of 75 years of soft power in 6 months. If that doesn't kind of just warp your mind, I'm not sure what would. And I think about the fact from the Intel side, as we have way back in Trump 1, when we started to say, and I was a former telecom guy, and we kind of woke up and said, holy shit, Huawei is kind of eating our lunch. And we see China tech move in domain after domain. So there was an aggressive, bipartisan, multi-year effort to try to wean countries away and say, stick with us. We've seen, an area, Chris, much more knowledgeable than I on Africa writ large, but I've gotten very, very engaged in the last 2.5 years in Sudan, where more people die every day than Gaza and Ukraine combined. And we literally had medicine rot on ships that we had paid for because we wouldn't pay the pennies a day for people to get off at Port Sudan and get it to the tragedy. And we are seeing nation after nation decide that we are not the reliable partner. I mean, look at Spain picking Huawei just this week. That wouldn't have happened, I don't believe, if we hadn't had this retreat. And as Nick Burns mentioned before he came in, every time we move out, and not just in terms of our aid workers, but VOA and other communication tools, China and Russia are rushing in. I think, again, about 5 or 6 years ago, sitting with our German partner, Goldman had all the German businesses in, and talking about China. At first, they were like, well, we don't know, you may be over the top. COVID came a couple years later. They were all in on the challenges around China threat. But when we are not viewed as dependable, when we are not viewed as being willing to carry our fair share in terms of this relief, that affects not only the countries that we're talking about, but affects our relationship with our first world partners in many ways as well. I think this will be looked, this is stupidity on steroids, what we're doing. This will be looked back on a long litany of failures, but this failure and this retreat, and the irony, as Chris mentioned, if there was suddenly a change and we said, okay, we're going to return the aid, returning the aid does not get rid of the break in trust. It's like, we could suddenly say we're not going to try to kick Canada out of the Five Eyes anymore or stop tariffing. It's still going to be a long time before a lot of Canadians start drinking American bourbon again. And these breaks in trust are not reversible, even with policy action.
Unfortunately, Senator didn't bring the bourbon today, but we're going to keep going. Senator Goons, you mentioned Secretary Rubio, also known as National Security Advisor Rubio and National Archivist Rubio. What is your view? He obviously, as you said, was a supporter of foreign aid, he was a supporter of Ukraine, was a supporter of a lot of things that many Republicans and Democrats agreed on for years on foreign policy. And he's sitting on the couch now in the Oval Office and people are watching for body language. Is it your view that he has changed his mind on a lot of these things and genuinely subscribes to the point of view of the president? Or is he playing a role behind the scenes that is trying to nudge the president in a different direction?
Look, I can't speak for what he's actually doing in terms of his impact on the president, but I'll be positive and negative in brief. On Ukraine, Trump's actions towards Zelensky in the Oval, cutting off temporary intelligence sharing and weapon shipments, and his just slavish repeating of Putin's view of the causes of the war and 4 months was just alarming and disheartening. Our European partners, our NATO allies, there was just a terrific NATO summit where they all stepped forward and said, we hear you, we need more burden sharing, we're coming to the table, we're going to dramatically increase our defense spending. And in general, the movement in terms of US, Ukraine, Europe has been positive in the last 2 weeks. But at the same time that a partner and ally like Germany commits to doubling their defense spending, and a partner and ally like Japan commits to doubling their defense spending and to sharing some of the challenges and seeing things in terms of addressing China's aggression the same way we do, we then whack them all with tariffs. And Trump's chaotic and discoordinated tariff policy, his rolling back some of the controls on very high-performing AI chip exports to China without getting anything back in return, the chaos of the economic policy is causing some of our closest and most trusted partners and allies to really question what the heck we're doing. I was on a bipartisan CODEL to the Philippines and Taiwan, and TSMC had just announced the single largest foreign direct investment in American manufacturing, I think ever, but certainly in modern times, and then got hit with a 32% tariff. And leaders there understandably said, what does this mean? So to Mark's point, to reinforce it, I think Secretary Rubio still believes in the full suite of hard power, smart power, soft power. But what he's allowed to happen under his leadership as Secretary, National Security Advisor, and Archivist, and what's about to happen are really alarming. We just had the budget hearing with the Deputy Secretary for Management. They're proposing to slash the US State Department in half. That's not this Doge trimming around the edges, riffing 1,300 people. That's laying off 30,000 people. That's shuttering embassies and consulates around the world. And it didn't get the attention it deserved because there was all this other stuff going on. But at the moment when China is expanding its diplomatic footprint and engagement around the world, at the exact moment, as Mark said, where China's rushing in to fill some of the communications and the relief and development holes that we're creating, to cut our State Department in half would be an enormous owned goal, a huge weakening of our position and role in the world. And if you look at what Russ Vought's strategy is for appropriations, it tells you where they're headed. He intends to run this government for 4 years on a continuing resolution and to do reconciliation every year and use it to throw huge chunks of money at defense and homeland security for weapons and our military and deportations, and then use rescission after rescission after rescission to chop up the rest of our government, sell it off for parts, and the State Department's included. So someone, God willing, and I hope it's Secretary Rubio, is talking in the president's ear about how that is not a workable solution, and Democrats will not continue to work on an appropriations process if we know that right on the other side of it is another, as Mark put it, sleepover, where we're up all night fighting and they take tens and 50s of billions more out of everything but defense and homeland security.
Let me ask you, Senator Warner, and by the way, if you haven't watched them yet, Senator Warner's doing a lot of videos online. If you want to know what he's thinking, he's telling you by video on Twitter. It's been fun to watch. He's a born-again TikToker, I think. Let's talk about another member of the administration. You're the vice chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee. Do you trust Tulsi Gabbard to tell you what the intelligence is? And because the president doesn't seem to, so I'm curious at this point.
No.
Okay.
But let me also, thank you for letting me glide past the Rubio question.
You can also answer that, please.
No. I have a really strong working relationship with him when he was vice chair and I was chair, and I think maintaining that would probably be a good way not to comment on that here. Let me try to see if we can get a little more. I want to talk about Gabbard and the politicization of the IC, but let's get a little stronger on Vogt. Russ Vogt is a complete liar. He is not competent to do the job. He testified when he tried to get the job that he would try to be bipartisan. He has specifically said he does not believe in that. He has tried to traumatize, his words, not mine, the workforce, and he has been remarkably successful. We got a hell of a lot of federal workers in the DMV, disproportionately in Virginia. The level of trauma, there is not an audience that I've gotten to, and not just in Northern Virginia, but Winchester, Charlottesville, Richmond, where a crowd like this, town hall, and how many people have been either affected by Doge or worker or government contract, 3/4 of the people. And this is coming to your community soon. And it is incompetent. As a matter of fact, I believe the DOGE cuts under at least the Musk period. If we do an actual accounting, again, I've never seen such cooking of the books, will cost the American taxpayer money, not save a dime, because of such incompetence about how they fired. On the question of Gabbard, again, somebody who testified that she would not politicize the IC, and she has done absolutely the opposite. It started, and this was not maybe directly her, but firing of General Hawk at the NSA and his top assistant, extraordinarily competent, served under both D's and R's, served under Trump, because a lunatic like Laura Loomer, called him out in a White House office, and we still don't know why he was fired. It continued at ODNI, where you literally have people being fired if they don't cook the books on the intelligence assessment. We know the intelligence assessment that was made about Tren de Agua, the Venezuelan gang, bad gang, Maduro government, bad government. But because they wouldn't say what Trump wanted, a guy named Collins and a few others, senior intelligence officials fired because they would not corrupt their product. And I have had Five Eye partners say, Warner, what the hell is going on? I do believe our Five Eye partners and others are not sharing as much information as they would. Even the Israelis were extraordinarily upset about what happened on the strike on the Houthis. Anyone who was in the military or in the IC, if you had been that sloppy on sharing classified information, you would be fired. And if anybody says it's not classified, come down to Norfolk, Virginia, and talk to the friends and family of the sailors on the Truman, where that strike was launched, and explain how, if that information had gotten to the Houthis, that their loved ones would have been in harm's way. Tell them that that was not classified. Now, let me finish. And I've only taken a third of the time that Coons has taken so far. So get the stopwatches out. Not my first rodeo with this guy. But, we have also seen, as recently as this weekend, Tulsi Gabbard appearing at a political convention of Charlie Kirk's Turning Point America. There's never been an ODNI who's ever appeared this many times on left-wing or right-wing media, and her whole appearance was about trashing the workforce. So you have efforts to politicize product. This crowd knows better than ever. Last time that happens, you end up with a war in Iraq. We have trashing of the workforce. We have Gabbard trying to put people who would report to her directly in the IG's office. And, both of us have been doing this for a while. Both of us have a lot of friends on the Republican side. But nothing has been, almost since I've been in the Senate, nothing has been more heartbreaking to me than the fact that my Republican colleagues, particularly on the Intel Committee, where we've always been and we still bipartisan, we just passed out a Intel bill 15-2. But the number of my Republican colleagues who have said, this is awful, but won't speak up. Matter of fact, I had one say to me, because I will not criticize him in public, but I'll criticize him in the skiff. Oh, Mark, it's like you're our conscience. I don't want to be your damn conscience. Vote your conscience. And it has been absolutely crushing that these are good men and women on this committee. They know this is wrong, and at least to date, they have not raised this. Tulsi Gabbard is not competent to be the Director of National Intelligence. I believe she has politicized and is trying to politicize the workforce and the work product, and that makes America less safe.
Because we only
and frankly, Republican senators, if they were up here and they had a bag on their head, they would say the same.
Well, unfortunately, we don't have Republican senators up here, which is a shame, I think. But so let me ask you a counterintuitive question. You all have a lot of criticism of President Trump and his administration. You're the opposition party. It's your job to, and I know it's genuinely felt. But foreign policy and national security has often been one of the areas where there has been bipartisan consensus, at least on some areas, on some broad goals, even if not on tactics. Is there anything in the 6 months of the Trump second term on foreign policy or national security that you agree with him on, that you think he's done a good job, that you support him on?
Look, I'll say in the first Trump administration, getting NAFTA updated through the USMCA, which was a bipartisan effort and a bipartisan product, that was a significant step forward in terms of our economic and regional integration. And the Abraham Accords, avoiding the annexation of the West Bank and instead moving ahead some of the normalization in the region, was a really positive step. I am struck that USMCA is now almost completely undone by the tariff fight. The strike on Iran is one that I disagreed with because of the process, the lack of consultation with Congress, the partisan way that Republicans were notified at the most senior levels, Democrats were not. And I frankly did not believe that we'd end up in the period we seem to be in, where a counterstrike by Iran against American soldiers and interests has not yet come. If it actually ends up securing a movement towards regional peace and really knocking down Iran's nuclear enrichment program, it's a good thing. I mean, having Iran on its back foot and having the Iranian enrichment progress halted is something I'm not going to criticize. My concern is the lack of a clear path forward. His engagement right now with Bibi Netanyahu to press him to end the war in Gaza and to find some path towards Saudi, Israeli, Palestinian reconciliation and recognition is a positive. My core concern is how unreliable and uneven he is. As I just said in my first comment, he'll spend a week praising Putin and terrorizing Zelensky, and then a week praising Zelensky and criticizing Putin. That unpredictability, that sort of madman theory of leadership where nobody knows what he's going to do next, is profoundly destabilizing to our alliances, to our values, to how the world views us and sees us. So I did manage to find my way back around to criticizing him.
I noticed that.
Let me look, and this actually started the last 3 months of Biden, but the fact that we don't have the number of crossings at the border is significant. But you can be for border security and be absolutely against masked ICE agents picking up people when they drop their kids off for daycare, or somebody going and paying a parking ticket. And the outrageousness of this implementation, and one of the things with this giant plus up on ICE, ICE now has a much larger budget than the FBI. And if you look at the ratio, and I've been trying to get these numbers, and it is many, many times, I can't give you the exact number because the number on what we do on counterintelligence is still classified, but it is tens of times more that we are spending on picking up people in America than we are spending on counterespionage. To the other points, and that to me, I don't know in what world that's a rational policy choice. I would also grant on the Iran strike, I had the same concerns and I was Gang of 8 and did not get told. But the fact, again, this is where in his effort to claim total credit, he turned something that was a success, but by saying within 2 hours, total obliteration, when we didn't even try to fully take out all the enriched uranium sites, set a standard that was too high. Setting Iran back dramatically was important. But then you had everybody trying to kowtow to this level that candidly is unobtainable unless you had troops on the ground. And I would echo again, the only way we will know on Iran is when, and I thought this is where I hope the president was headed, which was to re-engage and get inspectors back on the ground. It feels like that moment has already passed. The other thing, and I thought you would have completely grabbed the easy takeaway, thank you for leaving me a little crumb, the fact that NATO is dramatically increasing the defense budget, that that is extraordinarily, that is a success, but it's got to be tempered by I think, the break in trust. The challenge that I think President Trump has, and I think it's reflective of his business career, he does not, it appears that he does not view that there's any value in long-term relationships. Everything is a short-term transaction. You have to win the moment. And winning the moment when we're thinking about a geopolitical world where our strength has been military, economic, soft power, and values, so many of those things are undermined, and that even with the short-term increase in the defense spending, I do worry that the long-term trust.
One last question we'll ask the audience to have a few.
And I get to go first on this.
You get to go first on this one. You're not going to be happy about that.
So I get to close.
So maybe we'll rethink that.
So the Trump administration, Pentagon decided not to send people here because they said that the people here believe in the evil of globalism. That's the phrase, evil of globalism. So talk a little bit about globalization today. Has the history changed its view of globalization? Have you changed your view of globalization? Is there something to their point? And what does it tell you that globalism or globalization today is termed evil and seen that way by a lot of Americans?
If anybody thinks we're going to retreat to kind of nation-state only economies or focus, I think that's wrong. I mean, I can tell you in Virginia, we're looking at this audience, this audience looks like American. That is multiracial, multicultural, and I think we are strengthened by that. I do think that as elites, and I'll put most all of us in this category, we over-talked the upside value, and elites did very well, and a hell of a lot of working people got screwed. And neither party has come up with a thoughtful approach on that. And I'll just close out on it. If that was a massive change, that will pale in comparison to the transformation that is about to take place with artificial intelligence. And unless we can formulate, I think, thoughtful approach around the dislocation that AI is going to create, I think the already populism on the left and the right against globalization will manifest itself exponentially greater in terms of against technology advancement. And that ought to be, as a top topic for one of these forums or elsewhere. There's lots of talk, and again on AI, I think we've gone from, we thought who had the most data would win, then it was who had the most compute. You see my friend Don Poneman here. It's now going to be who has the most electrons, who has the most power. So we can solve that. Lots of conversation there about leading edge models, frontier models. So little conversation about how we deal and who should be responsible for the enormous economic dislocation. We got to get ahead of that, and it's coming so much faster than we thought.
Globalization and its profound harm to middle America and to manufacturing really was the story of the 80s, 90s, first part of the last decade. I'm from Newark, Delaware. We had 2 auto plants. They were the backbone of the county where I was county executive. In about a 3-year period, we had our steel mill close, our Chrysler plant close, our GM plant close, our refinery close, and the consequences for the folks I represented in the heart of my state were just devastating. We had managed to avoid a lot of that. We'd kept our plants open longer than many other states, but when it happened, it was immediate, deep, and the despair and the anger over the loss of those jobs was profound. It also partly helps explain why Joe Biden, as vice president, was so focused on saving the American auto industry, and as president, so focused on trying to bring manufacturing back. And we've had a remarkable record in the last decade on manufacturing, but it will never be what it was before. And I could not agree more with Mark's point that the changes that the internet and globalization of 30 and 40 years ago wrought are nothing compared to what's about to happen, is already happening. Globally, whether or not our children and our society continues to be free and open and a free market society is going to be determined by whether AI is principally designed, developed, and owned out of the PRC, or out of countries aligned with us. And our alliances, which I think our president fails to really appreciate and value, are critical. And we can no longer be a constellation of America and a whole bunch of other countries we sort of pat on the head and tell them what to do in terms of NATO votes and the UN. We need to be invested in their innovation and their competitiveness, because collectively, the US, Japan, Australia, South Korea, UK, NATO, EU, Canada, Mexico, we have a remarkable global community of countries committed to the free market, to free societies, to the rights of individuals. Only if that community of our common partners and allies has a common orientation and works together do we stand a chance in what is the greatest contest of this century.
Okay. Well, we're gonna take just a couple questions from the audience. I know we're all behind and we need to move on. We're going to start with Jane Harmon right over here, if we could.
So I think it's a shame that John Cornyn and Dan Sullivan are not here, because there are responsible Republican voices in the United States
They are great
Congress.
senators and great friends of both.
Actual friends.
Look at that, they agree with each other. So as an escapee from the United States Congress and a former member of the Gang of Eight who fled to head the Wilson Center for a decade, which has now disappeared under the Trump cuts, you can imagine I have a point of view about all this. But my premise question, and I just want to justify it in two ways, is that Congress has disappeared as a balance wheel on American foreign policy. And it didn't start with this administration. It's been a slippery slope for many years. I certainly saw it when I was there, and it was a reason I wanted to leave and got a better job, by the way. But at any rate, two examples. In 2002, I voted for, sadly I was wrong to vote for it, the AUMF, Authorization to Use Military Force on Iraq. So far as I know, that's the last vote Congress has made to authorize the use of military force anywhere. And there's been the use of military force all over the place, including most recently on Iran. That's one example. Second is something Chris mentioned, which is Congress's inability to pass budgets on time. It's been going on for decades. And continuing resolutions are the most inefficient, expensive way to fund a budget, and no new starts can happen because of this. So just question, is there any way that you know of in any near term to restore Congress as a balance wheel against any president in U.S. foreign policy?
Quick answers.
Well, first of all, I'm going to disagree with whatever Chris says so we can have some conflict. You know, you're right with your premise. And I got to give a shout out from my 40-year partner and friend, Tim Kaine. He has been relentless on this, and he raised the issue first under Obama, so he has cred on both sides. You know, in terms of currently, I believe it's not like because Trump is so transactional that everyone feels enormous amongst my Republican colleagues loyalty to Trump. They may fear. We got to find the time, and I got to believe it's got to be more than 4, where we get 5, 6, or 7 to break. And if then the world doesn't end, I think you will see more of that. Because if we don't take back, and I'll turn this over, as you well know, Jane, there are 3 parties in Congress, Democrats, Republicans, and appropriators, and I will turn it over to the appropriator to give his biased final answer.
Thank you, Mark. Look, Jane, as you know well, we are barreling towards what's going to be the most critical fight of this administration, which is whether or not we're going to appropriate this year or have their insistence on rescission after rescission lead to a government shutdown. China does not build their military on continuing resolutions and government shutdowns. And this is enormously dangerous. I'm now the senior Democrat on defense appropriations. Senator McConnell is the chair. We're working well together. We can do reasonable bipartisan appropriations across a dozen different areas, but you have to be willing to compromise on particular decisions and levels. And at the end of the day, if the president and Republican senators refuse to compromise and to reach bipartisan results, the relevance of the Appropriations Committee and of Congress's critical Article 1 role to determine spending levels is going to slip through our fingers. Appropriations has always been the committee where the most centrist or willing to work together senators get appointed, because to get a bill done, you have to give up things and you have to work together. We had a very contentious markup yesterday. We voted 2 more bills out in the end. We've done 4 out of our 12 bills. But we're a matter of a few weeks away from the question being right in front of us. Are there more than 3? Are there 4 or 5 or 6? And if you find them, they'll be on the Appropriations Committee.
And just one last thing, I want to thank Chris. One of the things he took on, being the chair of ranking on defense approps, is actually probably the most significant role, because you get visibility in everything on DoD side and everything on the intel side. And I am really glad that he took that on.
Well, I wish we had more time. I think we're unfortunately pressed up against it. We've got other great panels coming up. Thank you, Senator Coons. Thank you, Senator Warner. It's a great discussion.
Thank you, Peter
appreciate
Baker.
it. Thank you. Thank you all for coming.
Okay, everybody, if you could take your seats. We have a tight morning because we have flights for some of our panelists and journalists. I'm delighted to introduce the next, come on stage, please, team. Introduce the next panel. From cybercrime to deep fakes, securing the public square. We're delighted to have on this panel Ginny Badanis, the General Manager of Tech for Society at Microsoft, and Jay Johnson, who's the co-chair of the Board of Trustees for Columbia University and was the 4th U.S. Secretary for Homeland Security. And our moderator is none other than Steve Clemons of the National Interest. If you could please take your seats. I know senators are celebrities, but it would be great to take your seats. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Neve. Let me say to Chris Coons and Senator Warner, they're gonna have their fan club right out in the back over there. Thank you very much. I don't know how many of you were here last year. Just put your hands up. How many of you were out at 2 a.m. and came back to a hotel room here that didn't work, the key? That was CrowdStrike Day. If any of you remember, it was CrowdStrike had a glitch. I could not get into my room at 2 a.m. Many of you others had other things that may have happened, travel, et cetera. I had the pleasure of interviewing Ann Neuberger of the National Security Council, Kent Walker of Google, and others on kind of dealing with that. But it's very relevant to today as we discuss the topic from cybercrime to deep fakes, securing the public square. Let me just start. We have Jay Johnson and Ginny Badanis. We have a important task in front of us, but it just struck me that 1 year ago we had this problem, and it was one that was an accident. It was an accident of an update. It was not nefarious, as best we know. So I want to ask you and start with you, Jay, and say, that exposed a vulnerability. It could have been nefarious. Maybe it was a learning moment for villains in the world. I'm very interested in how villains reach and see these moments. But I'd like you to reflect for a moment on the broad question of our vulnerability as a society in a world where we're so dependent on technology, and particularly digital connection technology, that moment and today.
So, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I have learned in my public service career that things are rarely black and white, and several things can be true at the same time. Our public square, our internet, is at the same time both perhaps our greatest strength as a free and open society and a huge vulnerability. I believe that the internet has enabled citizens to be more engaged in our democracy, for example. When you look at the levels of voter participation, with the exception of 24. Over the last several election cycles, voter participation has gone up over and over again, and I'm sure a lot of that is simply because more Americans are more politically engaged because it's so much easier to be politically engaged now. But at the same time, because it is a public space with few barriers to entry and standards for exit, we're more vulnerable to attacks, we're more vulnerable to mistakes, somebody failing to test drive an upgrade before they give it to their customers. And so it's a continual work in progress, obviously. That's not to say that we should in some way limit Americans' access to information, political opinion. I mean, separate discussion about deep fakes, AI, and so forth. But this continues to be a work in progress, and I've seen a lot of progress just since I was at Defense and at Homeland Security with, for example, our election infrastructure. I think we've come a long way just in the last 10 years on that project.
Ginny, let me get your take on this moment, and you deal with tech and democracy for Microsoft. I have gotten in and tried to do my best. I'm sort of a neophyte in this, but working hard to become a promulgator of deepfakes when I have spare time. Learning the tools that are easily available and buyable, taking friends of mine and having them say and do things that I find humorous, and so it's part of expression and comedy. But I'm just interested at what point your work in tech and security gets overwhelmed by the rising tide of a new kind of competence that may not have a North Star, that you've got to be careful with these technologies, or a North Star and guardrails that you can't take these technologies and begin committing crimes with them.
Sure. So, I mean, to the point about the fact that you can use these tools for fun, but you can also use them, it's the tools and weapons framing, right? And this is not new. And that's one thing that we've really tried to keep our eye on as we consider the emergence of AI and the way that it's being used across the world, is the acknowledgement that it is a very powerful tool that can be used for fun, for productivity, for a lot of things, but of course people are going to weaponize it. And I think that really came to clarity for us because last year was, of course, the biggest global election year that the world has ever seen, with billions of people being eligible to vote all around the world. And we are at a moment as Microsoft where we want to talk about the good of AI and the tools and the ways people can be using this to improve things from productivity to democracy. And yet we were constantly confronted with the question of, yes, but aren't deep fakes going to destroy democracy?
Right.
Oh, I thought you were going to ask me a further question.
I'm disagreeing.
And so what we were challenged with at that moment was a combination of where are the obligations in this?
Right.
There are, of course, the bad actors and the way that they behave, and there are ways we can disincentivize that behavior. But ultimately, as tech companies, we had obligations as well. We joined together with a lot of other tech companies and made some voluntary commitments because it was also with the awareness that the regulatory framework was just not going to come together in time. It wasn't saying we didn't want to be regulated or we were looking to avoid regulation. Instead, it was saying we have a very short window. There is a lot of concern rising. The technology is improving, and we see bad actors starting to weaponize it. And with these critical democratic elections happening around the world, including, of course, in the US, we felt like there was an important role for technology companies to step into that. That was around that one particular issue. We learned a ton from that.
So let me ask you a question, both. Are we frogs being cooked in a pot trying to convince ourselves that we have safety and security? Or are we being cooked by circumstances we can't control? When I looked up to see how much cybercrime there was in the world, the number this year is $10.5 trillion. That's a huge number. It's staggeringly big.
It's the world's third largest economy.
Yeah, it's the world's third largest economy. And so it makes me wonder, as we talk about this somewhat, confidently, why are we so bad? Why are we screwing up? What is missing to bring that $10.5 trillion down, to $1 trillion?
So every time I get a briefing on one of the boards I sit on from the in-house cyber security person, the information security person, we've done this, we're doing that, we're doing this, we're doing that, and all these green boxes on the slide deck, I think to myself, you're safe until you're not. Those on offense are much more ingenious, aggressive, creative than those of us who are on defense, and this is, as long as I've been looking at this issue, this is still the case. We struggle to keep pace with the ingenuity of the bad guys on the other side. Third largest economy in the world. That's stunning to me.
But Jen, I love you to answer that. But as you're talking about that cybercrime, and I remember asking, one of your competitors out there at Google, Eric Schmidt, when he was CEO, I think I may have done it in Aspen. What will make Americans fall in love with AI at some point? And he says it'll solve a couple of things. It'll solve identity theft and fraud. And maybe it's doing that, I'm not sure, but maybe it's enhancing identity theft and fraud. He'd also say, in a different vein, medical diagnostics are going to be revolutionized and improved dramatically, and I think if you look at that, it is pretty significant. But I am interested in the sort of mixed results that we've seen, and how, when you get to what we're, I think Mark Warner was talking about earlier, trust. Are you worried about the collapse of trust that Americans and many citizens around the world in democracies have in virtually everything? And I'm just wondering what you think, what's the magic wand to bring some of that trust back, given the technological threats to it?
Sure. Well, trust is our key to doing business. If people do not trust the products that we're putting out there, they're not going to use them, they're not going to sign contracts, we will not exist as a company. And so as a company, and particularly in the role that I sit, where I work with groups that are critical to society, such as elections and journalists and others, we recognize that if we don't have trust in the products that we're putting out there, if we're not building them in a way that we can demonstrate is trustworthy and that we ourselves are not trustworthy, then people aren't going to use this technology. And to the point about AI use, it is, of course, going to be a benefit. In fact, most people you talk to in the cyber defense space predict that it will be a better tool for defending against than causing cybercrime in the future, because the nature of the way that you review attacks is just going to be simplified by the use of AI. So I'm very optimistic on that side. It doesn't mean that we take our eye off the ball of where it's going. And I worry a lot about the lack of trust in society having in their ability to understand what they're looking at online, right? And that's one of the critical pieces that we're really trying to work towards, again, cross-industry and with governments, is how do you get to a point where an individual is looking at a screen and they see a picture and they have any context as to whether that picture is AI generated, AI manipulated, authentic. And the creation of an image with AI is not necessarily bad. So you always want to be cautious not to apply that.
So what's the answer, Jay, to solving this technological gap between safety and, you and I were talking before, and you said, the source of America's strength in some ways is also the driver, its biggest vulnerabilities. I'm very taken by that. But as you sort of look at this question and say, particularly, I hear it from a lot of companies, honestly, we need more digital literacy. Well, we got people, and I'm just wondering how you meet people where they are. How do I take we're getting older as a society, and not to say that older people aren't able to be technologically literate, but it's changing so rapidly.
This one really struggles with that, by the way.
Yeah, so you're really smart at it?
No, I struggle with keeping up with the technology.
Yeah, so tell me how we solve that gap.
So 2 years ago, former Judge Michael Luttig and I were asked to co-chair a task force of the ABA on how to secure and sustain our democracy.
Tell people what the ABA is.
American Bar Association, lawyers.
Because it could be bankers.
And we put together a really, really impressive group, nonpartisan, of Americans that includes retired federal judges, the former Chief Justice of the state of Ohio, people like Bill Kristol, people from the business world like Ken Chenault, Ken Frazier, Richard Haas, and others. And rather than say, well, this is what's wrong with the Trump administration, or this is what's wrong with Democrats in Congress, we wanted to look at the underlying public sentiment that leads to some of the election results we see. Part of what we are putting forth as a recommendation is around the cybersecurity and the cyberspace in the public square, in our dialogue. There are a lot of positive uses to AI, as I think we all know, but we ought to be able to flag for the consumer something that is AI-driven or something that is AI-created. It ought to be prohibited to put deep fakes in political ads, for example, so that it's flagged so the American public sees, warning, this This is AI manipulated, either in a positive way or some other way. What we should not do, what the government should not do, if we are to regulate in this space, is try to regulate speech, regulate content, and deem something as fake news, because you always have to think about, if you give this government the authority to do that, what is that going to look like in 4 or 8 years in the hands of another government?
So we've only got a few minutes, but I want to ask a very blunt question. There is, Ginny, there are a lot of people out there who have power in this political environment in the United States who believe it is their First Amendment right to create deep fakes, to obfuscate, to create necessarily mistruths that are based on that. That's part of the free expression. And rather than investing in a lot of this architecture, you see kind of a disinvestment in it. What is the solution to that? Do the Microsofts, do the major super carriers of the digital space need to become the accountable and responsible agents as you see this fight going on over the vulnerability of cyber, and some people embracing that vulnerability as an opportunity?
So I'll keep this quick, but I think that an analogy to spam makes sense here, which is essentially there was a point in time where spam was overwhelming the internet. It was coming into your inbox, and this is many years ago at this point. A lot of you folks on the front row probably don't remember this. But at this point, does spam still exist? Of course. Do people still fall for scams? Yes, they do. But it's controllable. So to your question about cybercrime and a little bit about how we address this from a solutions perspective, that was not because the tech industry figured it out alone. And it was not because we worked on education campaigns and everyone learned, just don't click on those links. It was because all the different sectors came together and had a role to play, a different intervention point. Yes, there was a role for policymakers. They made laws like the CAN-SPAN law that made it so it was illegal to send certain types of emails. You would be prosecuted if you did. Tech companies figured out spam filters. And this continues to be a commitment. We're making it better every day. And then, of course, yes, there was an education component that came to it, and that was a government, industry, and private sector solution. So when we look at these really thorny issues, anyone who tries to sell you just one of those intervention points is missing the broader picture, because it will never be just one of those things. You have to have them all in combination.
Jay, just real finally, quickly here, then I want to get at least one question from the audience. You see a lot of tech CEOs in Washington. These tech CEOs used to look at Washington as the place they wanted to spend the least possible time. They were innovators on the West Coast. You know, I remember being at one of the tech CEOs' home years ago, and they were talking about, hey, could technology actually end death? And there were a couple of DC types in the room who said, boy, that's going to be really bad for entitlements. You know, Washington is looked at as a place that gets in the way of innovation, gets in the way of progress. But now they're all there. They're helping to support, you know, President Trump's inauguration, in the box, meeting him, seeing him. What is your concern? Is it that you're seeing a hyper-powerful government that's going to whack these companies around? Are you worried about the collusion, or do you have no worries at all?
Would you believe me if I said I had no worries at all?
Sure.
I think it depends on the administration we're talking about. I agree with what you said earlier, that high tech, big tech, for the most part, has tried to stay away from Washington. I'll answer it this way: when I hear from members of Congress, like the last two who were just up here, that gives me a lot of faith in our democracy. People like Mark Warner and Chris Coons, I think, understand this technology. And that gives me a lot of confidence. You know, it's easy to bash Congress, but when you meet, a number of extraordinary individuals who are in Washington now, I think there's every reason why corporate America, big tech should be engaging in the process, in the democratic process.
You know, one of the things I think is important and complicated is that while you've got Chris Coons and Mark Warner who stand out in so many different ways, we have to somehow, in my view, this is my own editorial comment, figure out how you broaden that. So you've got all these senators, no matter where they're coming from, reflected in our democracy, warts and all, and they're somehow part of that conversation and feel like they've got stakes in it. But we'll take one question in the 2 minutes we have. Did you have your hand up, sir? Let's take a quick mic right over here. And make it super short.
Yes, Edward George, Hoover Institution. Is there any danger hijacking AI, nuclear warheads, nuclear weapons? Is there any consensus between those 9 states which has nuclear weapons to avoid that?
Different panel, but we can go into that. Jay, what do you think about AI, algorithms, nuclear safety?
Yeah, so I haven't been privy to Intel briefings now in over 8 years. I know what I don't know, so I am reluctant to wander into an answer to that question. I'll put it that way.
Jenny, any thoughts on that?
Also hard to answer that question directly, but I will say we should be considering AI as a threat to national security. The way that we think about it is, and the way that we hear about it a lot, especially from leaders around the world, is similar to the case that we saw last week with Marco Rubio, where he was deepfaked and someone was calling world leaders and having conversations and extracting information. That's the area that I think is a real current threat where we have evidence of it, and that's an area we need to focus.
In the 30 seconds I have left, Ginny, and I know you've probably been following this ProPublica report about Microsoft's contracts with the US government, digital safety of the Pentagon, and many Chinese workers that are overseen by those with clearances, but nonetheless many Chinese workers working on that system. I just want to ask a broad question. You can answer that issue what you'd like to, but the broad question is, for security and safety, particularly in the national security space, do we have to hyper-nationalize all of the players in that? We used to have a kind of digital commons, a scientific commons that went over boundaries, that worked with allies. Is that in jeopardy? Is the science ecosystem, is the digital awareness ecosystem in trouble because of what we, in part because of the issue we learned today about Microsoft?
I mean, I think that's such a broader question than you would necessarily want someone in the tech industry to answer. That's something that a lot of the folks in this audience and probably Secretary Johnson should answer. The way that we think of these challenges right now is, first of all, this is a live issue. It's even since we've gotten up on this stage, there have probably been developments. I know that my colleagues are working closely with our customer on it. And while I don't have a lot to add to it right now, I will say that we take our customer security and national security very seriously. So most likely we'll have something more to say soon. It'll be rooted in that.
I mean, Jay, the big question, I think, is whether or not we continue to be a place that draws in the best and brightest engineers from around the world, whether we have an ecosystem that is not just American, but it's American plus many others. I think this is what this case is raising, is anxiety that you don't have U.S. citizens playing all roles and functions in that. But I don't know a system technologically that can advance, that can be innovative, unless we somehow continue to apply brilliant people from wherever they're coming. So tell me where I'm wrong.
I agree with that. And the risk of insider threats is not by any means something you paint on the backs of a foreign national. And so, and I believe you're right. We do depend upon global talent, global economy, to make us as great as we are.
Well, with that, we will end this. Please give a big round of applause to our fourth Homeland Security Secretary, Jay Johnson, co-chair of the Board of Trustees of Columbia University, and Ginny Badanes, General Manager for Tech and Society at Microsoft. Thank you both so much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I'd now like to quickly introduce our next panel, because we're running low on time. If they could, we're ready on stage. Up next, we'll talk about power, security, and influence in the AI era. And I can think of no better people to do this than my boss, Anne Emanuel, who is the Executive Director of Aspen Strategy Group, but also Principal at Rice Hadley Gates Manual. Kent, if you guys can join the stage, please. Thanks. Kent Walker, who's the President of Global Affairs at Google, and David Petraeus, welcome back to the stage, all moderated by Mary Louise Kelly. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome, 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 welcome. It's funny, as a journalist, there's one question I always hesitate to ask, and it's so tell me what happens next. Predict the future. Because the only remotely honest answer a person can give is, I don't know, beats me. None of us can predict the future. None of us know exactly what is going to happen, particularly when it comes to tech, AI, some of the big themes that we have already been hitting this morning. So welcome to a panel to whom I'm about to put the question, tell me what happens next, predict the future. I want to start by teasing out some of the themes, questions that have emerged on earlier panels that we've kicked around a little bit but not resolved. And I want to start, because we have significant military battlefield expertise on stage, with a former CENTCOM commander. General, you're up first. Speak to the ways that you see the battlefield being transformed. What opportunities do you see in the air, on the land, on the sea, below the sea?
Unmanned. And increasingly, it will not just be remotely piloted, it's going to be algorithmically piloted. And you can predict the future by seeing what is going on in the present, frankly, right in Ukraine. I'm a frequent visitor there. I've watched as they formed not just an Army, Navy, Air Force, but unmanned systems force, as they have introduced unmanned systems to every single battlefield formation. Every company now has a drone platoon, battalion a drone company, brigade a drone battalion. Then there are other huge regiments that divide up the front lines among them. To give you a sense of the scale of this, the last time I was there was about 2 or 3 months ago. I asked the overall commander of Ukrainian forces, how many drones did you employ yesterday against the Russians? And he said, almost 7,000.
7,000.
Do the math. I hope we have more than 7,000 drones in the US military, but it can't be that many times more. So they're going to produce 3.5 million unmanned systems. And keep in mind, this is not just in the air of various types, everything from short duration suicide drones to much longer duration strategic, going in and closing down Moscow's international airport every other day or so. Yeah. This is maritime drones. How does a country that has no navy sink 1/3 of the Russian Black Sea Fleet? Aerial drones that find the ships and maritime drones that sink them. How does a country shoot down aircraft over occupied Crimea? By shooting air defense missiles off maritime unmanned systems. How does a country with $1 million worth of drones parked outside airfields that have strategic aircraft of Russia on them, thousands of kilometers apart, $1 million worth of drones damages or destroys $5 to $7 billion worth of strategic aircraft, some of which cannot be replaced. So you can see that future. And again, right now, most of those drones are remotely piloted. But the future of the future is going to be systems that are remotely piloted. And so if you now turn it to a US scenario, our Indo-Pacific commander has publicly described what he wants to do in the Taiwan Strait, 110 miles of open ocean, very formidable task. And he wants to turn that into, his term, a hellscape. How do you turn that into a hellscape? Unmanned systems underneath the surface of the water, massive numbers of them, on the surface of the water, in the air, on the ground, in outer space, the equivalent in cyberspace, the cognitive area, all of these domains of warfare. And again, increasingly, not remotely piloted. So the human in the loop is going to become the human on the loop. In other words, establishing the criteria for what the machine, the mission, and then the tasks, and then what it has to meet. And by the way, AI is going to write the algorithms with a few bits of input from humans.
I think you've just given us the seeds for about 5 panels when we all convened back here next year. Let me pick up on one other thread that I want to bring you two in on. Charlie Dent, on this stage yesterday, former Republican Congressman Charlie Dent, talked about the need to maintain dominance in the race with China on tech, on AI. First of all, are we all in agreement that that's where we are? Any dissent on the idea that the US retains dominance in this moment?
That
Ken?
we currently do or that we should?
That we currently do.
Well, Kent and I think we are in heated agreement with this. The Chinese large language models are rapidly catching up, if not there. I think this is the year that the Chinese achieve parity with us.
Kent, do you agree?
I think it's neck and neck. I think a few years ago we would have said we were years ahead. Now I think we're months ahead, and in some areas they may well be ahead. And to step back, the stakes that the general has started to lay out on the battlefield are significant. But even more fundamentally, this is a race for geopolitical influence. This is a race for economic leadership around the world. if you go back to what was called the long century between the French Revolution and the First World War, Great Britain dominated that century because they dominated in steel and coal. The United States dominated the 20th century because we led in mass production and material science. So the question is, who's going to lead in the 21st century? And the early signs are not as auspicious as we would like. The Australian Strategic Policy Institute does a review every few years of who is leading in critical technologies. They look at 64 different technologies, from batteries to advanced engines to advanced chemistry. In 2003, the United States led in 60 of those 64 categories. Today, China leads in 57 of 64. Now, the good news is we do think that AI is a key element in turning that around, because AI is not just a scientific breakthrough, it's a breakthrough in how we make breakthroughs. So that's new generations of material science, that's quantum, that's personalized medicine, and many more. But we really have to lean into this and have an affirmative pro-innovation approach.
Just to follow up and make this specific, you just said, Anya, you think this might be the year where China achieves parity with the US in large language models. What is that? What do you mean? Like, what are the Chinese about to be able to do as well as we do?
So when you look at the frontier models, as we call them, it used to be Google, OpenAI, Anthropic, maybe Meta were solidly in the lead. You all have heard about DeepSeek, but behind DeepSeek are probably 15 other very exceptional Chinese models, including Kiwi and others. And the problem with this race is it's exactly as you said, Kent, you don't quite know where it leads. It's not just about having the best model, it's how do you use it in your society, how do you implement it, and I think here, the Chinese are actually eating our lunch. Starting September 1st of this year, every student, K through 12 in China, will have AI lessons, age appropriate. How do you use the model? How do you interact with it? How do you do it ethically? In the US, the Trump administration actually had a pretty good executive order on AI and education, but it's baby steps. You know, we're training a couple 100,000 teachers. We're starting to think about it. And so if you think about not just where are we at the frontier of the technology, but how are people actually using that technology in their societies, they're doing well.
Let me pick up on that. Sergey Brin, one of our co-founders, has a saying, ideas are easy, execution is hard. And the United States has a history of being the first to invent technologies, but not necessarily the best to deploy. And that learning by doing, whether it's television or color printers or many other technologies that are now manufactured outside the United States, is a sobering note for us. China has launched its AI Plus program. It is spending hundreds of billions of dollars a year investing in AI. There are 200,000 Chinese companies using AI today, and something like 600 million Chinese report that they are already actively using AI. Now that, good on them for taking this seriously, but a real challenge to us. There's a book that's just out by Jeremy Ding called Technology and the Rise of Great Powers. And the secret, he says, is an innovation economy, yes, but a diffusion economy is just as important. Get these tools in the hands of the people who need to use them, and that actually makes the tools better.
Well, and it's so interesting because Anya, you just made the point about China is teaching this at an age-appropriate level in schools. I suspect many of my fellow parents in this room would agree. Our schools spend a lot more time trying to keep children away from it because we want them to learn. There's good intentions, but what do you think are the policies if we agree that maintaining dominance, that not getting left behind in this race is a noble goal? What do we do?
So I have to give the Trump administration an enormous amount of credit here. They came in right away. They have a lot of technologists who've taken time out of their jobs in Silicon Valley and elsewhere who really understand this stuff, and they're embedded across this administration. David Sachs, the AI czar, says we need to cement our US technology stack around the world. They're doing a lot. Here are the good things they're doing. Making it easier to build power plants. We're referring to Dan Poneman again. Deregulation. We're actually doing a pretty good job, I would say, I don't know if David would agree, on trying to break through some of the bureaucracy in the Pentagon to get drones and other tech-enabled things faster in there.
Trying is the
It's going to be
operative
slow,
word.
but I think there's a real renewed vigor and energy and a willingness to break China that I haven't seen in a previous administration.
But there's also vested interests in what Senator McCain used to term the military-industrial congressional complex, each element of which wants to maintain legacy systems, legacy processes, legacy basing structures, legacy maintenance contracts, you name it, and frustrates the efforts of those who know we need to be accelerating our transition. We really need to go, this is very simplistic terms, but we need to transform our military from a small number of very large platforms that are incredibly capable, exorbitantly expensive, and very heavily manned, and increasingly vulnerable, to an extraordinary number of unmanned systems, again, under the sea, surface, air, ground, space, et cetera, and which will increasingly be not human piloted or remotely piloted, but algorithmically piloted. Again, we still need some of those platforms. It's not the entire force. There are other scenarios around the world that call for those, but we're not remotely making that kind of dramatic move. I would, in fact, submit that the Chinese are going to school more on Ukraine than are we in the United States. We don't have our vaunted Army lessons learned team, Joint Forces lessons learned team. They're not on the ground because, understandably, we're concerned about boots on the ground and American casualties. But if you don't do that, it's very hard to divine the lessons if you're not on that ground with the actual units seeing what they're doing. You know, the latest innovation is in Ukraine because they can't work through the jamming. Yeah. They're trying to maintain a command and control link, a radio link, if you will, sometimes using Starlink and a GPS link. So now what they're doing is they just spool out little fiber optic cable behind the drones. They're doing this on the scale of thousands of these. By the way, it makes a mess of the farmers' fields. Now you have to wade through a lot of fishing line, basically, fiber optic cable. But the innovation is so rapid. If you're gone for 3 months and you come back, you find a whole big breakthrough that they have just actually put onto the battlefield. And they're doing this at a rate, at a pace, that only a country that has extraordinary IT talents, manufacturing skill, design skills, and is fighting for its very survival could actually do.
One sentence to double down on what David just said. When I have walked the halls of the Pentagon and had these conversations until recently, it feels like we are the Titanic, we see the iceberg, and we are not turning. And I would say the Trump administration is doing a really good job trying to turn the Titanic.
But we should have sicked Doge on the military procurement system instead of AID.
So last night, I asked Google's personal AI assistant to help me come up with a good question to put to Kent Walker of Google before a live audience. It came up with 4 in less than 10 seconds. They were not bad. Then I asked it to tailor a question for an audience particularly interested in national security. It did so. It actually added a helpful hint.
I can't wait for what's coming.
This is for me. When you ask the question, deliver it confidently and allow for a thoughtful pause before he responds. Good luck. So, here goes, fellow moderators, take note. Mr. Walker, very polite. Mr. Walker, what specific concrete measures is Google implementing to ensure that increasingly powerful AI capabilities cannot be leveraged by adversarial nation states or non-state actors in ways that directly threaten U.S. national security interests or global stability? How does Google balance its commercial interests with the imperative to prevent catastrophic misuse? Mr. Walker, have at it.
This is my thoughtful pause, by the way. It's a very good question. I think Gemini is earning its keep. We talk about being bold and responsible, and the responsible side of it is very much, and we are right now at the Pareto frontier of capability of these models and efficiency of these models, and the rate is increasing at a remarkable pace. We are 300 times, not 300%, 300 times more efficient than we were the state of the art was just 2 years ago. That is a remarkable rate of change. In that kind of dynamic environment, we are spending a lot of time building in guardrails to our models to minimize the chances that they can be hacked or abused. That's particularly important as we get now into the agentic era of AI, where these tools will be able to take multi-step actions and potentially, which will be extraordinarily useful for all of us in our daily lives, including the scientific community, but also potentially dangerous when it comes to things like chemical weapons, biological weapons, radiological weapons, nuclear weapons. So how do we take steps against that? We build into the model hard guardrails. We build into what are called deterministic guardrails.
Can I just push you
Please.
on this to sharpen your chatbot's questions about how you balance commercial interests against the potential for catastrophic misuse? Take us inside a meeting at Google. Are there conversations where you think, God, this would be so cool, it would make us a lot of money, but boy, could that go really wrong, so we're not going there?
Yeah. So we have held off on releasing some models over the years where we have had concerns. I can give you an example from a few years back. We had a model that would do great speech recognition at a distance. And we said, well, wait a second, that could also be misused for surveillance. So we held off publishing a paper around that and only published the part that would be useful for people who have hearing issues, so it's right up close and you can see the person's face.
Yeah.
So those kinds of back and forth happen all the day. We have teams that are focused just on the frontier model safety classes of questions. We have red teams that go in and try and break the models in different ways to make sure that they're not subject to these abuse. Now, that said, it's a fast evolving technology and nobody is going to be perfect in this area, but we're devoting a lot of work ourselves and across the industry through something called the Frontier Model Forum to try and do cutting edge research to benefit everybody working in this area to make the guardrails as strong as they can be and limit the chances of jailbreaking.
I have a question, and I want all three of you to take this on. It's lightning round. General Petraeus, you famously asked the "tell me how this ends" question. You were talking about the war in Iraq. But I want you to apply it to this, because I keep thinking you built your career in a world, the military, that places a premium on predictability, on ability to plan. None of us know, not one of us, how all this is going to go with tech, with AI. How do you think about that?
Well, if I just come back to the world that I know the best, which is that of the military and perhaps even intelligence, it would be that you're going to see in the not too distant future, unmanned systems fighting unmanned systems, and they will not be remotely piloted. They will be algorithmically piloted. So it's going to be AI systems, and again, in a sense, fighting against other AI systems in the form of unmanned systems, again, in all the domains of warfare. And that is really something. And so you're really, it's your technology fighting their technology, and the human is not in the loop. Human may or may not even be on the loop all that much, because indeed the algorithms increasingly are going to be produced by the AR large language models. And of course, I'd actually be curious if you agree with this. Those models reportedly will be within 2 years at the level of a Nobel laureate. I think right now they're at a very good graduate student, next year's great PhD, and the year after that is, again, Nobel laureate level intellectual thinking.
The test we use, Demis Hassabis, who actually just won the Nobel Prize for some of his work in this area, is if these models had all the information available to Einstein in 1900, could they come up with a theory of relativity? And we are certainly making progress in that direction.
Would it have taken 10 seconds or 20 seconds? And wait till quantum, by the way. We haven't really touched on that, but then take this incredible acceleration of computational power.
And I should say, quantum is on track. We think that by 2030, we will have working quantum computers, which will more than exponentially increase the rate of AI. AI is making quantum faster, quantum will make AI faster, so you get this combinatorial loop of innovation. So we already are working on post-quantum cryptography, trying to get ready for that future. 5 years is not a very long time.
No, it is not. Anya, tell us how this ends.
Let me make the concerns more specific, give you the dark scenario, and then why that scenario is absolutely not inevitable. So we've all been, here are the things that could go wrong. A non-state actor now has the equivalent of a PhD in chemistry, biology, physics sitting on their shoulders if they're tinkering to make a weapon of mass destruction. That's possible. Hasn't happened yet. You could imagine a scenario where you, at some point in the next few years, have a 9/11 of AI, where some bad actor uses it to do harm in the physical world. There's another harm, which is that the AI itself, I know a lot of us in Silicon Valley spend a lot of time on this, self-replicates in ways that are deeply harmful, does things, you're going to give the paperclip example, does things that we don't intend, jailbreaks, all of the great safeguards that Google's and others are putting in, and I would call that a potential Chernobyl of AI, where the technology itself does harm. None of this is inevitable. And by the way, you have to call out the UK here. Rishi Sunak did something amazing, and he started 3 or 4 years ago the UK AI Safety Institute. It is completely not woke. They do testing in advance of models being deployed. I think Google and others voluntarily have those models tested for these types of risks we've been talking about: cyber, chemical, bio, jumping its own safeguards. And they now have 14 safety institutes all around the world. The Trump administration has been a little more quiet about that, but they have not gotten rid of the US one. The Chinese, whenever we talk to the Chinese about these issues, their scientists are also deeply worried. And so I think there's a groundswell here to do something really positive on safety testing before we have a disaster.
We're going to have time for maybe one question. I do want to just flesh out the paperclip example. This is credit to you, Kent. You are of the mind that there is a very small but not 0% that AI will run the world and we will all be paperclips in its service.
And so this is an area where it's called the alignment problem. You need to make sure that your models are doing what you want them to do, whether that's ordering 1 pizza instead of 10 pizzas or not doing grievous harm. And that's one of the reasons why this area of AI safety research continues to be extremely important and something we take seriously. That said, coming back to the what happens next question, I mean, it's difficult to make predictions, especially about the future. Something I learned from my son, who's a history major, something called the aperture of now. We look back at history and we see all these patterns, and it's so obvious that this led to this, led to this. And then we ask, well, what's going to happen next? We say, well, I don't know. It's all completely contingent because it goes through the aperture of now. I would say that to the extent history is any guide, technology has been a remarkable positive impact on human lives around the world. Human life has doubled in the last 100 years. Our average human lifespan around the world. We have cleaner water, we have better food, we have better medical care, and not just people in developing worlds, people in the developing world as well. AI is a general purpose technology. There's a lovely paper called GPTs are GPTs. Generative pre-trained transformers are general purpose technologies. And if we do this right, and we take into account the risks that Anya has laid out, but also the benefits of being able to dramatically make our economies more productive, raise the standards of science, create nuclear fusion, create clean water for people around the world, the upside is really tremendous. So the stakes are extremely high, and we all have a deep responsibility to get it right.
Okay, one quick question. Anybody out there?
Mary Louise, I think we should just stop there.
We should stop
take a question.
Yes, sir, right here.
Thanks. Patrick Block from Intermap Technologies. We're a mapping company. My question is around, with all of these incredible advances, actually some of which happening today, on the battlefield in Ukraine, in some battles, 80% of the casualties are inflicted by drone, FPV drone. We just struck Iran. In the last panel, they were talking about potential blowback from that and uncertainty around that. And my question to you guys is this filtering into and being articulated in terms of our bright red lines, our homeland security, right, our deterrence, and these evolutions, which we're seeing real time in Ukraine, whether they're being adequately articulated from a policy perspective?
A quick answer, gentlemen.
I think we're going to get some wake-up calls in the United States from drone attacks that are carried out. And I think that only then will we truly get serious about having the kind of counter-drone defenses around any large gathering of people, any significant institution, probably prisons, you name it. But I think there's going to be some of that will take place over time.
A reckoning. All right. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
What a great panel. Thank you so much. We're ready to move to the Indo-Pacific. Ambassador Burns. Great. Thank you very much, everybody. Now we're going to chart a course in the Indo-Pacific, and no better panel to do that than Nick Burns, we all know well, our co-chair of Aspen Strategy Group and the former ambassador of the United States to China, and he's back at Harvard. Also, we have Kevin Rudd, currently ambassador of Australia to the United States, and also the former Prime Minister of Australia. Mike Green is joining us. He's the professor and CEO at the United States Study Center and former special assistant to the President for National Security Affairs and senior director for Asian Affairs at the National Security Council. And our moderator today is Dimitri Sevastopoulos from the Financial Times. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neve. Before we start, Kevin has told me that he's here in his individual capacity and not as the ambassador of Australia, which means I'm going to actually expect him to answer some very tough questions because he can't get in trouble back home.
Yes, I can.
So let me thank you, all of you, to start off. Let me start with you, Kevin. Does President Trump have a clear strategy on China? And if so, what is it?
If you look at what we did day one with the Trump administration through the Quad, the underpinning assumption of the administration re China in the Indo-Pacific is Shinzo Abe's organizing principle around a free and open Indo-Pacific. That's what the Trump administration got going in its first term with Quad foreign ministers. The Biden administration sustained that and elevated it to summit level. And now, in the first 6 months of this administration, we've had 2 such meetings. Why do I say that? Because that's the organizing principle. And why is it the organizing principle, a free and open Indo-Pacific? Because the underpinning strategic logic is that because of the rise in Chinese military power, economic power, technological power, that the only way to reassert strategic balance in the Indo-Pacific is by collective action and collective deterrent action. That's the organizing principle. And if you look at the operationalization of it, at least in our part of the world, it's what we do day in, day out through Indo-Pacific Command with Admiral Paparo, both at a military level and intelligence level, and our broader instruments of policy collaboration as well. So we'd be doing none of that now were that not the organizing principle. So that's my best answer to your sharp and stark question, Dimitri.
So yes or no, do they have a clear strategy on China?
Well, if you're inferring that my answer to your question was less than precise, I am saying it's quite precise. Free, open Indo-Pacific, shared between the 4 Quad partners, which are the 4 large partners of the Indo-Pac. 2, it rests on an assumption that Chinese power has to be rolled back in multiple domains. And thirdly, that's what we're doing. So the answer is yes.
Okay, I'm going to come back to alliances in a few minutes. Nick, could you give us a sense of, do you think there is any continuity between what Trump is doing on China and more broadly the Pacific with what the Biden administration was doing?
I do. I think there are similarities and there are differences. On the similarities side, I think both President Biden, I was proud to serve him, and President Trump have to be very tough-minded on trade. And so we've seen President Trump, there's now kind of a truce, I think, between Scott Bessent and Vice Premier Hurley Fung. Hopefully there'll be a trade deal by this autumn, we'll see. But remember that President Biden continued and implemented all of President Trump's first-term tariffs on China from phase 1 and beyond. And President Biden on May 24th, 2024, put 100% tariffs on Chinese EVs, 50% semiconductors, and 25% lithium batteries. So there's one big similarity. China's been a major disruptor in trade. Both presidents have reacted, not with identical policies, but quite similar. Second, I always felt that I had a stronger hand with my Chinese colleagues when I could tell them behind my shoulder, Republicans and Democrats in Congress, who largely agree that we have a competitive relationship with China on some of the issues that Kevin mentioned, in fact, starting with the one he did mention, and that is we are not going to be outpointed militarily in the Indo-Pacific. Second, and we've really put a lot of emphasis on this week, technology is at the center of the stage. The commercial competition between the Chinese and American tech companies, the military spin-offs that are happening and are inevitable. Third issue, where I think there's similarities, fentanyl. Now, we don't have evidence that the Chinese government has been sending, we do not, precursor chemicals to the drug cartels. We have plenty of evidence that in a highly controlled society, the Chinese black market has not been prevented by its own government in selling those precursor chemicals. Leading cause of death in our society, both presidents have put a lot of emphasis. And then very quickly, because I want to hear from Mike, and I haven't seen him a long time, I think there's some real differences. Human rights. After the Riyadh speech, we know that that's not an issue that the current administration is pushing. We pushed human rights with Australia and other countries on Xinjiang, on Tibet, on the lack of religious freedom, on Hong Kong. And I'd also say on that other side, the United States and President Biden especially really saw our policy in the Indo-Pacific through our alliance system with Australia, with the Philippines, with South Korea, with Japan, with Thailand, and our security partnership with India. And that was really how I felt by the end of my time there. The Chinese were threatened by the strength of the allies pushing together against them.
Mike, when you were recently quoted in an anonymous newspaper that may be pink in color, and you said Donald Trump is viewed in the region by some of the allies as a tornado and not climate change. Can you explain, what does that mean?
Well, the disruption, the unpredictability is, every day's news if you're in Tokyo or Canberra or Seoul or Manila or Delhi. And in public opinion polls, trust in the U.S. is the lowest it's been in decades, many decades. 22% of Japanese say they trust the U.S. To do the right thing. 36% of Australians, it's the lowest ever. However, and this is the interesting part, support for alliances with the U.S. is the highest it's ever been. 80% in the recent Lowy poll in Australia. 95% of Japanese and Koreans support the alliance. And it is, I think, because at a fundamental level, our allies recognize that we're going through some transitions, but that we are an Indo-Pacific power, and we're committed. And as Joe Biden said, don't compare me to the almighty, compare me to the other guy, and Nick has been living with the other guy. There is no way for them to contend with China without us. I think what we need more of in the U.S. is realizing there is no way we can contend with the other guy without our allies. And that's a bit of the missing piece maybe we can get to.
So let me ask you all just about the alliance. If you look at, I'm going to name Bridge Colby, the #3 Pentagon official in particular, because he's been doing a lot on the alliances in the Indo-Pacific that I think has been ruffling some feathers. So he's launched, Kevin, an AUKUS review. He has told the Europeans, including the British, please go back to your backyard, do less in Asia, do more in Europe, which is not what the Biden administration was saying. He abruptly raised the US request for more defense spending to Japan from 3% to 3.5%, and the Japanese responded by very unusually canceling a high-level ministerial meeting, which is not something they generally do. And there's a lot of tension. So are we going to get to a point in a few years where, as with the Europeans, people will look back and say, it was a rocky road, but the Asian allies are doing more because Trump put pressure on? Or is he putting pressure on in ways that are counterproductive, will actually weaken the alliances and make it impossible for the US, if it ever had to fight and win a war with China? Maybe, Mike, I'll start with you and come back this way.
I mean, I think within Australia, within Japan, within Korea, there's a recognition that their governments need to be pushed to do more on defense. And the NATO summit was a pretty powerful signal of that. The how you do it does matter. I'm confident, I believe, that in Japan and Australia there was a consensus to increase defense spending. There are agreements on critical minerals with India, Korea, and Japan on shipbuilding, on supply chain security, on really important force posture initiatives so that our forces can operate across the region. All lined up, all ready to go. But as was noted, the Quad has not been scheduled. The Japanese put off their high-level 2+2 because they don't know what's going to happen with tariff negotiations. The deals seem to be there, and then they fall apart, and no government is going to go into these big agreements without knowing whether or not they're going to have 25, 45% tariffs on them. So we have to get past that and get on with it. And same with the pressure on defense spending. It was moving. We asked too loud, it slowed down, we'll get back on track. But the way we do it does matter, and we're slowing down what could be a much faster pace of cooperation.
Nick, what's your sense?
So I learned as State Department spokesman a couple of decades ago, if you don't exactly like the question you're asked, you just reformulate it. And I do want to provide some
Can I just point
context.
out that I used to deal with Donald Rumsfeld, and I know how to counter that.
Let me try this. I think at this point in the conversation, we need some context about what China's doing. Here's what I think China's doing. It's trying to cut the United States and our allies down to size. It is in league, certainly with Russia. You've seen the intimidation in their joint air exercises against Japan. You saw the circumnavigation of Australia by the Chinese fleet. Here's what I think they're doing. And this is why we're so bound together as allies. The PLA is pushing out in the South China Sea, Spratlys and Paracels, in the Senkakus, in the Taiwan Strait, against South Korea across the Yellow Sea, against India, 2,500-kilometer front. This is an extremely important development, and we've been pushing against it, all of the allies and partner India. Second, in the non-military sphere, they are certainly the leading influencer in Southeast Asia. As Condi Rice said yesterday quite correctly, and she and I used to do Soviet affairs together, China's more influential in Central Asia than Russia is right now, and openly contesting Russia on all sorts of business pipeline projects. Third, you know, the United States has tried over the last couple of administrations to be more active in Africa, but for 35 consecutive years, the Chinese foreign minister has gone to Africa first in January. And last, and here's the context, we were flying into Lima on November 15th, 2024 for President Biden's last summit with President Xi, and the New York Times had a color-coded map. 2002, the United States leading trade partner with every country in South America. 2024, China, leading trade partner with every country in South America, save Colombia. So here's the kicker and my final point. We have to raise our game. There is a global competition with China, not just regional, and part of this is going to be, how do we win the battle of ideas? Public diplomacy, our ideas versus theirs. Ours are superior. How do we get more American-Australian investment in some of these parts of the world? And certainly, first and foremost, how do we not be on the losing end of a military competition for power in the Indo-Pacific? I think we've not taken this global threat seriously enough, and the Chinese are strengthening themselves.
So I'm going to come back to you a little bit. So if you ask Trump administration officials about this pressure on Asian allies, they will say two things. They will say allies don't like hard conversations. I mean, it is hard for a reason, and so it's going to be tough. And they will say only President Trump has managed to get the Europeans to spend more money, and he has a track record. You know, I remember 20 years ago going through Rumsfeld and Robert Gates to Europe many times, and the different administrations were encouraging the Europeans to spend more. It has taken 2 decades. Do you think it's going to take 2 decades, and I'll ask you also, Kevin, after this, 2 decades to get the Asian allies to spend more? Or do you think that Trump's approach right now is going to, again, albeit uncomfortable for the allies, will actually achieve a result?
Well, we worked very closely with the Japanese, and they agreed to heighten their defense spending just in the last couple of years. Same with the Filipinos. And it's been interesting to see the strengthened resolve of Japan and the Philippines vis-a-vis Taiwan. Here's some more similarities between the two administrations that I pointed out earlier. I followed very closely Secretary Hegseth's visit to Asia, his first visit. What he said in the Philippines and Japan and Korea is what I would have said as a Biden official had I gone to those countries. Unstinting support for treaty allies. When the Trump administration announced it's sending defensive weaponry to Taiwan, that's something we did. And so I do see from Secretary Rubio and Secretary Hegseth a continuity of sorts when it comes to trying to raise deterrence on Taiwan, to help Taiwan against mainland China, but also to be good to these two allies, right in that neighborhood.
So, Kevin, I mean, speaking about Secretary Hegseth, I mean, he has openly called on the Australians to boost defense spending to 3.5%. Is that something you think Australia is going to be able to do, or do you think these kind of public pressure campaigns, whether it's Hegseth or Bridge Colby or someone else, makes it more difficult politically back in Australia, back in Japan, for the leaders to actually do that?
I haven't been spokesman for the State Department, but I get to redefine the question like he did and just answer my own. The first point is that in Australia, I'll come to the defence point in 1 second, we take a long view of the alliance. We have been allies of the United States for the better part of 100 years. Every major war in the 20th century and into the 21st century, we're the crazy guys in the foxholes next to you. So I think history does speak for something. And our alliance and alliance obligations of the United States have endured over 15 prime ministers, including yours truly, and 15 American presidents. Labor Party, Conservative Party in Australia, Republican and Democrat. We take a long historical view of these things. Second is, guess what? At various times in the history of the alliance, various US presidents have had various things to say about greater effort on the part of allies. And have we all forgotten the Nixon Doctrine and what that meant in terms of obligations on individual allies within the framework of their bilateral security arrangements with the United States? Thirdly, on the core question of defence, Australia has been well north of the 2% line for a very long period of time, when quite a large number of other governments around the world have not been. Secondly, there's this whole question, frankly, of methodology of how you count defence expenditures and outlays. And there's an active debate about how, in fact, that would render Australia's current defence numbers probably more in the vicinity of 2.5 or north if the same methodology was deployed as is deployed in the United States. We don't do that. We have a very narrow definition of defence to GDP outlays. The third is the Prime Minister has been absolutely clear-cut. We will continue to invest, fund and expand that which we need to do in defence of Australia's national interests, as is required in the years ahead. The AUKUS program on submarines, to which you referred to before, of itself is a $250 billion exercise over the next 15 years. We're acquiring for the first time nuclear-powered submarines in our history, buying half a dozen from the United States, building half a dozen down under, and providing massively expensive full maintenance and repair facilities for the US Pacific, Indo-Pacific fleet in Fleet Base West in Western Australia, as well as a new construction facility for boats from scratch in Adelaide. These things cost an enormous amount of money. So we will continue to increase our allocations on defence, and the PM has been very clear about doing so consistent with our national interests. And we're working with Bridge and the team on the AUKUS review, to go back to your earlier question. We are confident that we'll work our way through each and every one of the issues which he has raised in the context of this internal Defence Department review.
Do you think, I mean, if you think about what Admiral Paparo has been saying over the last few months, which is the Chinese military exercises around Taiwan are not just exercises, they are rehearsals for a future potential attack on Taiwan. Has the urgency increased to such a point that actually Australia, Japan, South Korea and others need to move more quickly on defence spending?
Well, without saying we told you so, we did. When Muggins here was Prime Minister, we produced the region's first defence white paper to name publicly China's rapidly rising defence outlays, which were not explained by any accompanying doctrine of the Chinese state as to why they needed blue water naval capabilities. That was in 2009. If you look at the trajectory of what our government has been doing in a reallocation of resources to the Royal Australian Navy, the movement now in terms of nuclear-powered submarines, that consciousness has been alive and well in our part of the world. I know from my Japanese friends and colleagues that their decision in recent times to take the extraordinary step of moving from 1% to 2% of defence outlays is a monumental step within the constraints of Japan's post-45 constitutional and political arrangements. And so do I look elsewhere across the region as well. So with Sam Paparo, maybe it's not news to everybody in this gathering today, but on a day-to-day basis, There you have Sam Paparo, commander of Indo-Pacific Command. His deputy commanders, Navy, Army, Air Force, are all Australians and have been so integrated into Indo-Pac's operations for nearly 2 decades. We are cheek by jowl with the United States in the Indo-Pac, and we know what new capabilities are required. We're investing in those capabilities, so we're pretty bullish about our contribution to collective deterrence going forward. And the final point, Dimitri, is the China challenge becomes more real, more acute, sharper each day, each week. Look, for example, of what's just happened since May, where you have the first projection by Chinese carrier groups beyond the second island chain, not just the first island chain, into the Central Pacific. China is literally on the march, and therefore it requires countermeasures. Those countermeasures are wrapped up in our doctrine of deterrence and the operationalisation of it on a daily basis through our work with Indo-PACOM.
So before I go to Mike and just ask a similar question on Japan, Kevin, Bridge Colby, I think, lives fairly close to you. Have you managed to have him over for a glass of Australian wine and try and convince him of some of these points?
Well, first of all, your methodological problem there, Dimitri, is you think we drink wine by the glass, we drink it by the bottle. So your lack of familiarity with the Australian MO, I think, is just, and for an Irishman, I think that's just quite a disgrace.
Does that mean you're inviting me over for dinner next week?
Bridge has been round my place a lot of times, and so we have known each other for a long period of time. And that's why I'm confident, quite apart from the mature relationship with our two defence establishments, our DOD and the US DOD, that we'll work our way through this stuff. 15 prime ministers, 15 presidents, 100 years. We kind of have a bit of background here.
So, Mike, a kind of similar question about Japan. I mean, they are coming under pressure. They are, you know, along with Australia, the most important ally for the US in the Indo-Pacific. They're in the middle of a big trade fight with Donald Trump. They're very unhappy with the way he's come after them as a very influential ally. Prime Minister Ishiba faces upper house elections in roughly a week or so. He's quite vulnerable at the moment. Do you think Japan is in a place right now to respond to some of these extra requests from the Trump administration?
Boy, I was never a State Department spokesman, but can I answer that by saying something? I just want to quickly foot stamp what Kevin and Nick said. As we're speaking right now in Northern and Western Australia, the Talisman exercise is underway, and it's 19 allies with the largest combined live fire exercise ever, and that is also a rehearsal. And you have Japanese Marine regiments landing with fire support from the US Navy, the Royal Australian Navy, the Royal Navy. You have air defense, logistics. It's real world stuff. It's not just a sort of PASEX and photo op. So,
45,000 troops.
Yes.
45,000.
It's the biggest invasion of Australia ever. So a lot of stuff is happening. But under the skirt of the car, you look, and Australia doesn't have integrated air missile defense. Japan doesn't have a really effective command and control architecture and software yet. U.S. shipbuilding is really lagging. We need force posture initiatives to get implemented so that the U.S. can move across the region in a crisis. All these things are happening, and they're unprecedented, but the Chinese are moving faster. And so I don't fault Bridge for putting some pressure on allies. I think many within the system would welcome that. It's not been done. It's more mallet than scalpel, though. The Japanese government, I think, was ready to accelerate and increase defense spending beyond 2% to 2.4 or 5%. And the way the administration went about it set that back by a month or two because of the election. And we need allies, too. And we are slowing down things at a time when there should be urgency. So they're right about the urgency, but there's some fundamentals of diplomacy and politics and other sides of politics too that we'll have to sort out. But I agree with Kevin's first statement. That free and open Indo-Pacific concept of Abe, which was originally Mahan, is the operating assumption for all of us, including India, I'd argue. And that is our North Star, and we'll get there.
So because you all went slightly Donald Rumsfeld on me, I'm going to be slightly Donald Rumsfeld as well, and ask you to raise your hand if you think by the end of the Trump administration, US alliances in the Indo-Pacific will be stronger than they were at the start of the administration.
No option.
No, okay, no, okay. So 2 versus 1. Nick, I want to ask you about China. You were there for 4 years. You're intimately familiar with the way Chinese officials are viewing the U.S. Do you think China right now looks at the U.S., looks at the Trump administration? Do they see it on balance as a challenge or an opportunity? I know it's both, but on balance, which do you think it is for them?
Well, first, let me explain my answer to your Rumsfeldian question. I think to go back, the positive news here, as I see it, 6 months out of China, is that there are more similarities between President Trump's policy and President Biden than dissimilarities. That's good. I think in the Congress, and I spent a lot of time with Congress as an ambassador, Republicans as well as Democrats, more similarities. And that's a strength, and we have to retain it. And I think it's a strength the Trump administration wants to retain. We have a very good ambassador there, David Perdue. I spoke to him at great length, and I supported him. I think he's going to do a really good job. We need that bipartisanship, number one. Number two, President Xi is the decision maker. He knows President Trump. They worked together for 4 years. I think they've kind of fought to a truce on trade. The Chinese rolled out rare earths. President Trump rolled out ethane and semiconductor parts. And I really think that both governments want to have a trade deal. Now, can they work for the next 2 or 3 months to get one? I don't believe there'll be a summit meeting, and there has to be a summit meeting, given the nature of the Chinese system, until there's a deal. So I think that's an early test. And I guess I'd say last, the Chinese respect power. And they respected President Biden because he built up our alliance system. I think they respect President Trump because of his power in our system, controlling both houses of Congress, his party. They understand that. They understand that President Trump is leading effort, is the trade effort and economic relations. Frankly, that's not a bad place to start in the U.S.-China relationship. I think the test will be, which is why I didn't raise my hand, I just don't know where we're going to be at the end. And I'll just frame it this way. When I just came home in February, The Economist magazine asked me to write an article. What did you learn? And I said, well, I learned we have to be competitive. That's bipartisan. And we have to win the competition. That there are times, conversely, we have to work with China. We try to on climate and fentanyl. But I also learned that I think the United States is always stronger when we're completely aligned with our allies, because the Chinese understand leverage. They have states around them, more supplicants, frankly, Cambodia, Laos. We have equal treaty allies. And the Chinese recognize when you get over 60% of GDP on the democratic side, they've got to deal with us. So I think that is the test for the Trump administration. I think they can meet it, and I hope they'll meet it.
So I want to just press you on one thing. I remember, during the Biden administration, one of the interesting things was how China didn't really retaliate in that big a way when the administration put on export controls and certain things. They did a little bit, but I think they pulled their punches. They have now shown what they can do with their rare earths dominance. Michael, remember, I was running our Asia News operation in 2010 when the Chinese used coercion with rare earths against Japan, and we commissioned lots of stories about how the US was going to be vulnerable in the future. We're 15 years on. Successive administrations in America have really failed to tackle that problem, and now the Chinese, maybe have the US over a barrel in a certain way. Why has the US not reacted more quickly?
Why did the Chinese not react more quickly, you mean, in 2022?
Well, why did the US, given that it had at least 15 years warning, not prepare better for the situation or the day when China would use rare earths dominance as a coercive tool?
Thank you, Dimitri. That question has come up a number of times on this stage and in the backroom conversations. I disagree, frankly, objectively, with the view that somehow President Trump's been outplayed. What happened? Scott Bessent and Hurley Fung had to get to know each other. That's a necessity in diplomacy. They had a warm-up meeting. Second, the Chinese then withdrew our business access to rare earths. What happened at the same time? Scott Bessent and President Trump rolled out a denial on ethane and on semiconductors. I thought it was more of a truce. I don't believe that somehow the United States has been outplayed here. What's different is that I could see immediately after our election that the Chinese were preparing for a fight on trade. And I think the two sides have gone through that. I think they have declared a truce, and I do remain somewhat optimistic there'll be some kind of a deal in several months.
But just very quickly to press, and before going to Kevin, in the previous panel there was discussion about how the Chinese move forward so quickly. So why, I mean, the US has known about the rare earths challenge for a long time, and it needs to tackle it now, but it hasn't been able to. So can you give us a sense of why you think the US hasn't stepped up to the plate on this?
Well, I think the three of us can answer this question. It's been a great concern, first, certainly in the Obama administration and in the Biden administration. These things take time, but there's been a search in the United States to develop rare earth mineral rights, and it's been a search in countries like Australia and even in Western Europe. So we've got to work at warp speed, and my answer to your first question was, I think we have underestimated the speed and strength of China on issues like economic coercion, so we've got to work harder.
Kevin.
I think on this conversation, it's good to ground it into some geological facts. The United States has considerable geological reserves. Through its permitting processes, has been impeded from doing what it needs to do, both in terms of mining, but also in terms of processing. Secondly, China's practice since effectively the Made in China 2025 release back in 2015 has been in each industry sector, including critical minerals and rare earths, to achieve global market dominance, and has adopted a series of pricing policies in the world that whenever competitive producers or processors arise, to crash the price. We've seen this time and time again, and you see the same in other industry domains as well. Further point is that on the ability to resolve this, I think China has now committed a fundamental error by overplaying its hand. It overplayed its hand, not just in terms of what it did with Japan in 2011, but with the United States in relatively recent months. The level of galvanization now across the United States system, and with friends, partners and allies on this, is unprecedented. Furthermore, Australia equals the periodic table. 50 defined critical minerals and rare earths in the United States. We currently, or can prospectively, produce and refine 35 of them in our own country. We are producing strategic stockpiles ourselves. The President has announced a larger measure through the most recently enacted budget bill to establish a large strategic reserve here. These allies, together with others, namely the Canadians, as well as those on the purchasing side, will now begin to collaborate with greater and greater intensity. Who was it who basically constituted the tripwire for this new urgent reality? The Chinese overplay of their hand. So I'm relatively confident, given where this administration is going and some of the progress already realised in the last 18 months of the last administration on critical minerals and rare earths, where we did a lot of work with the NSC, that we're going to be in a much more robust place collectively by the time this administration comes to the election at the end of 28.
Do you think that's why Donald Trump wants to make Canada the 51st state? It would solve the rare earths problem?
The question of the final outcome of the War of 1812, I will leave to everyone in this room, because I am simply an Australian civilian.
So Kevin, one more thing, the question I asked Nick, you I understand, because I have a copy on my shelf, have written a book on Xi Jinping. For your sins, you've spent a lot of time inside his head. How do you think he's viewing the Trump administration?
When Xi Jinping looks at America, and remember he's been President, General Secretary of the party, and Chairman of the Military Commission now for 13 years, almost 13 years. So he has an aggregate view of the United States. And obviously he hasn't recently confided in me in his view of President Trump. In fact, he's never done so. What does he see when he looks at America? A, the power of the US military, and he sees that as continuing to grow. He sees the power of the US economy and the recent enactment of tariff measures both under the previous administration and the current administration, quite apart from the technology export restrictions, has caused deep dilemmas within the Chinese system. You don't have to go far to see evidence of factory closures on the back of the tariff measures of the last 6 months. And what is most electric within the Chinese system is unemployment rising, youth unemployment rising. It creates problems in terms of the social contract with the Chinese party. On technology, despite all the hoopla about DeepSeek, that actually is a borrowed technology, not an indigenously generated one. And it's borrowed, frankly, by innovators in this country. So therefore, when President Xi Jinping looks at this America, he sees these strengths as continuing. They contribute to what I describe as the fabric of integrated deterrence, and that's before you roll in the underlying strength of the US dollar. One final point is, President Trump repeatedly says that one of the strengths that he sees for his own personal style of leadership is his certain level of unpredictability. He said this explicitly in various interviews before and after the presidential election. Chinese crave predictability through the Chinese Communist Party. Being unpredictable is no bad thing in terms of the way in which the Chinese view their strategic future on the critical question which will dominate our horizons through to 28, which is the future of Taiwan.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to take one, possibly two questions from the audience. Over here, towards the front.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Nick Hansen with this year's Rising Leader class. I'm curious how you think Xi's strategic calculus has changed regarding Taiwan reunification, given Putin's inability to achieve his goals in Ukraine and subsequent military losses, and also the recent Israeli and American strikes on Iran.
Who would like to take that, Nick?
So Nick Hansen is a graduate of Harvard Kennedy School. He's one of our Aspen Strategy Group Rising Leaders, outstanding young man. Look for him on this stage in the next couple of years. I'd say this, I think the Chinese, as I was working with them, we're looking very keenly at what they could deduce from the course of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And to see how the Ukrainians have held off a much larger force, and to see now that Taiwan is considering a major expansion of its drone capacity and its ability to manufacture them in Taiwan and attack missiles, I think it has to give, in my judgment, them pause. And that's a good thing. Second, as I said before, I think President Biden succeeded in convincing the Japanese to build up their own defenses, as in the ways that Kevin has described, against their 1945, or to supersede their 1945 Constitution, and to see the intense security focus and debate within Japan and the Philippines on Taiwan contingencies. Tony Blinken, our Secretary of State, also went around the world reminding countries, should the Taiwan Strait ever be shut down, it would have a potentially catastrophic impact on the global economy. So that pressure against China is a good thing. And I think the Trump administration will have to see where they go with this, and particularly President Trump. But delivering defensive arms to Taiwan as they did 2 months ago, that's a continuation of American policy.
Okay, finally, I think one more question. Given that we're talking about alliances, I see an Australian in the room, so I'm Michael. Kevin, if you need a translator, I'm happy to help.
Why is it that you speak the unintelligible dialect of English and we speak the Queen's Own English?
Sorry, I couldn't understand that.
Well, I'm a Republican, Kevin, so... Michael Fullilove from the Lowy Institute. Look, there have been a lot of searching questions asked about what Indo-Pacific allies are doing, and I think those questions are justified. And when you listen at this conference to Europe and to what European allies are doing, stepping up on defence spending, the quickening connections between allied capitals, there's just not that sense of urgency in Indo-Pacific capitals, in Indo-Pacific allies, in my opinion. But I actually want to turn the focus back to President Trump, because we haven't talked too much about him. We've talked about bridge, but not about President Trump. We know that alliances is not his favourite word from the English dictionary. We know he doesn't love allies. Why should Indo-Pacific allies not be worried about what he might trade away in a deal with China? And secondly, let me ask the panel, in the worst case scenario, would you expect President Trump to spend blood and treasure defending Indo-Pacific allies?
Who wants to go first? Mike?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, there's a little think tank in Australia called Lowy that had a poll that showed the lowest level of trust in the U.S., I think, since you've been doing the polling, but very high support for the alliance. So I think fundamentally our allies understand that the structure behind these alliances and the U.S. interest is unchanged. In fact, it's growing. Secondly, I think one thing you can say about Donald Trump is he doesn't like losing. And a bad deal with China will be painted as losing. And I'll defer to Nick on this, but my sense talking to Chinese interlocutors is they don't really trust the president to do a big deal anyway. Maybe you disagree. So I think there's some limits. And finally, you know, on the trade front or diplomatically, there may be some movement between the US and China that's positive, but the PLA is not getting the memo. This circumnavigation of Australia a few months ago by the PLA was happening concurrent or shortly after the largest exercises ever around Taiwan, major exercises in the Yellow Sea to the west of Korea, live fire exercises between Japan and Guam. The PLA is rehearsing for a theater-wide campaign. That means, as Trotsky said, you may not be interested in war, but war is interested in you. I think every government and every military realizes, you mentioned the Philippines, we are all in this together. So for all those structural reasons, and because Donald Trump likes to win, there is some reason for reassurance, but your poll shows we need more.
So I'll be brief because I've had a fair chance to say my piece. I think there are more similarities on China policy between the last two administrations than dissimilarities. But going to Michael's very good question, I do think the big challenge for the Trump administration, can it adequately use and use effectively the power of our alliances across the board? Technology, military, human rights, going to the Chinese collectively on the Uyghurs. But let me just conclude with saying I've been, since 2017, I'm a former ambassador to NATO, very critical of President Trump in his first term and in the first few months of this term on his disregard for allies, Denmark, Canada, etc. But what happened on Monday morning, this past Monday morning? President Trump announced with Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO, arms for Ukraine. That's a turnaround. It's significant. So I think it's incumbent upon me, people like me to say, that's positive. Second, 2 weeks ago in The Hague, one of the most successful NATO summits in history to convince the allies to go to 3.5% defense spending, 1.5% infrastructure, and to have an agreement that we all have to stand together vis-a-vis Russia. So on that issue, NATO, the centrality of our commitment to Europe, President Trump is now back in the mainstream. The challenge will be, can he sustain it and will he sustain it? But I think you have to recognize these good trend lines when they happen.
Kevin, you have the final word.
Yeah, I'll be very, very brief because I've had a fair say. Just to challenge Michael Fullylove's premise about the same urgency not being shared across the Indo-Pacific allies as here in the United States. I just disagree with that based on the temperature in Canberra, Tokyo, Seoul, even under the new administration, and certainly in Manila. That is why greater and greater efforts have been delivered to the individual and collective national defence efforts. Where I agree with Michael is that there is a galvanising principle across everybody, and that is a view that collective deterrence, integrated deterrence, is the only game in town. And it requires constant investment in terms of capability and expressions of political intent. And that's what actually brings these allies together. And furthermore, for the United States, perish the thought one day Taiwan fell. It's the extinguishment, and I believe the bloody extinguishment, of a robust democracy of the last 25 years with 23 million people. Beyond that, Taiwan currently occupies the entire strategic focus of China's armed forces and what is now the largest surface fleet in the world. If Taiwan was to fall, those capacities and capabilities would be unleashed more broadly. We need to think through these things very carefully. And I believe that logic is galvanizing here in the United States as well as across allies.
Thank you much to the panelists. Kevin, I look forward to the wine, and thank you to the audience.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, last but certainly not least, we have a panel that actually needs zero introduction. These are four of our great national security practitioners, experts, people of deep conviction, of deep ethics, and of deep patriotism for this country. And they come from different political parties. They served in different administrations. I think Bob Gates alone served in 6 presidential administrations.
So it's all his fault.
It's all of it's his fault. So without further ado, Steve Clemons, take it away.
Hey, everybody. Thank you so much for being with us with what I think will be one of the most interesting and exciting sessions. Some years ago, a book that David Ignatius and I were both involved with, he was an interviewer of Zbigniew Brzezinski and Brent Scowcroft, and the title of the book was called America in the World, Conversations on the Future of U.S. Foreign Policy. What was extraordinary about that book in time is Big and Brent didn't agree on everything. They criticized each other. I remember when I was trying to get this book done, and the reason David was so important is that neither one would sign off on any sentence that the other wrote. And it was a fairly serious thing, but it kind of laid out from their perspective their fears about foreign policy going off the rails, their fears that America's national security equities wouldn't be managed in the right way, and they were future-oriented. Some of their criticism was directed at the Bush administration, as at the George W. Bush administration at that time. And I want to, in the spirit of that book, and what David, have a conversation with all of you, where the differences between you, the look at the future of the administration, we can have that kind of conversation. So as we start and think about what has happened, and I'm going to probably overstate a few things for effect. We've had a lot of concern in the United States among many citizens, not all of them, that American foreign policy is no longer serving them, that the institutions are broken, that they have not come together to focus on an agenda that feels like an American agenda. And we can debate whether that's right or wrong, but nonetheless, you had kind of a revolution in this last election where a number of people who are not here today said a strategic class exists in Washington, and that strategic class is no longer working towards benefits. So I want to start with you, Secretary Rice-Condi, and ask you, what's legitimate in that argument? Was the American foreign policy institutional architecture broken? I also know you may want to respond to some of the issues from an earlier panel, but help us with that.
Well, first of all, thanks a lot, and it's a pleasure to be on with these gentlemen. Look, I think that the last 80 years or so of American foreign policy, dating to the end of World War II, have been, by and large, successful. The United States of America, with its allies after World War II, created an international economy that was not going to be zero-sum. It was going to be positive-sum. We weren't going to have to fight over resources. We weren't going to have beggar-thy-neighbor trading policies. The international system, the international economy was going to grow, so it wasn't a matter of dividing up a fixed pie. I know that there's a lot of talk about the recession in democracy, but I used to teach a course at Stanford called The Role of the Military in Politics. I always had some Latin America junta that I could talk about, so there has been progress in that way, and we have to recognize the collapse of the Soviet Union. We have to recognize at one point the integration of China into the international system, so I think it's been successful. Have there been, however, problems in what has been created as a result? Yes, and I think that's the response that you're getting. And I would start with the sense that for any number of people, they have found their voice in an argument that the globalization did not favor or benefit them. And our tendency has been to say, oh, no, you don't understand. You can now buy cheap goods made in XYZ country. And they say, yes, but if I'm an unemployed coal miner in West Virginia, I have no prospects. And so I think we do have to recognize, partly it's the failure of the American educational system with any number of people. Partly it is that certain kinds of jobs fled and skills didn't keep up. And so as we defend what I think has been a pretty successful 80 years, we do have to recognize that there was some carnage in large parts of the country. And what I've said is that when you have that happen, you get the four horsemen of the apocalypse, as I've called them: populism, nativism, isolationism, and protectionism. And so rather than just baying at the moon...
And you say they tend to ride together.
And they tend to ride together.
So are the four horsemen here?
Well, they are riding together in a lot of places, not just the United States. But I just want to make two other quick points. The first is, so recognizing that, we have to have, I think, a really internal look, ask hard questions about how that happened, why that happened, and how we're going to repair whatever caused this reaction to globalization. I will also say that and Nick Burns was just up here, the defection of China is a big part of the story, because the Chinese actually took from the system and didn't contribute in the ways that we thought they would, but lots of reasons. The second point I would make is not only do we have to look at what happened and why it happened, but we have to recognize that we're probably not going back to exactly that system. And so what are the elements that we need to preserve going forward? And I would just mention three. The first is alliances. You heard, I think, very good arguments about why alliances are so important. Secondly, I do think you have to preserve some of the apparatus for the carrying out of American foreign policy, and you're going to ask me about that later. And then finally, I think we really do have to look and see how can we recreate in the American people a sense that the United States of America is better when it's engaged in the world, when in fact we aren't having things done to us, but we are shaping it. The way that I put it for Americans is, great powers don't mind their own business. They try to shape the international system, so if we don't shape it, others will.
Thank you. Bob, you know, there's been a lot of talk here on this stage today about alliances, how important they are. I'm sort of interested in the question of what alliances should be directed at solving. What are the issues out there? I read Peter Bergen, when I was at the New American Foundation. Peter Bergen was one of my colleagues, who interviewed Osama bin Laden before, when the CIA couldn't find him. And if you read what bin Laden said, it's very interesting. He said he was trying to engineer an overreaction by the United States, a deep set of attacks and presence within the broader Middle East to create a reaction. I mean, it raises the interesting question about alliances and also their blind spots. Were we blind to the, you know, did bin Laden sort of win as you sort of look at the mess in the Middle East, the mess around the world, the challenges to American power and its role in the world, the degradation of the sense that alliances matter? So I want to talk about alliances more specifically than we just need them for a rainy day. Have we been directing them in the right way, and do we have blind spots?
Well, I think there's a long history going back at least before the end of the Cold War, but even after the end of the Cold War, of in fact, alliances strengthening and becoming more powerful. I mean, you didn't have to go to Afghanistan too many times to run into the Danes and the Dutch and the Australians and the Brits and a host of other countries, all helping, all having their own sectors, all working, trying to work together to beat back the Taliban and give the Afghan people a future. So that was, I think, the first out-of-area major operation for NATO in a consequential way, where NATO actually was there as an entity. There was a NATO representative. And you know, the coordination could have been better, particularly on non-military things, but I think the fact that the Allies showed up and endured significant sacrifices was really testimony to the strength of the NATO alliance. For the first time in 100 years, or almost 180 years, Sweden wants to be a part of NATO. I think the last coalition they were was against Peter the Great. And all of a sudden Finland wants to be a part of the NATO alliance. So I think there's a vitality to the alliance today that in some ways was missing in the early days after the end of the Cold War. And then when you add to it the commitments that everybody's made in terms of military spending, infrastructure spending, and that infrastructure spending, by the way, is not building shopping malls, it's strengthening bridges so M1 tanks can go across them and things like that. So I think the notion that the alliance is weakening and is facing a problem is not true.
I mean, the question I get is, are there blind spots? So you can also argue that there was a military fatigue. You saw recruitment, maxed out in a lot of ways. You saw a lot of Americans serving in what they were framing as forever conflicts. You saw people begin asking the question, why are we spending so much money over there and not over here? So those are the questions that I think also come in. When you look at those military engagements, they were decades long. Was that smart?
Of course, it wasn't actually our longest war, just to be clear. Our longest war is still Korea, where we only have an armistice and where we still have tens of thousands of American forces deployed. So with all due respect, I hate the notion of longest war. We have to be historically accurate about that.
Well, I just said long wars, but...
And the fact is that, our major military engagement in Iraq was essentially concluded by around the end of 2008, 2009. Thanks in no small part to the deal President Bush cut in December of 2008 that basically put forward a path for the U.S. withdrawing from Iraq. And of course, we made decisions were made later to pull down our forces in Afghanistan. I think there were a lot of us who felt that some residual number of those forces should have been left there for reasons we can go into later if we have time. But I think that the bottom line in terms of the American people is, first of all, the conflicts did go on, and there didn't seem to be any resolution. I think we frankly got out of trouble, if you will, in Iraq when the Iraqi political process began to work and we began to draw down our forces. And people could say, okay, that one's winding down. Afghanistan was a longer deal, and there were alternatives there, and I've written about them and so on. But I think that the bottom line for me as a historian is Americans have always hated war. We're not an isolationist country, but we are a country that just wants to be left alone. And if you are going to fight a war, then fight a war where you count the length of the war in hours, as happened in 1991, or you count it in terms of a day or two, such as the attack on Iran by the B-1s and the submarines and so on, or the B-2s. So Americans are not uncomfortable with the use of military force. They just don't want it dragged out. And I think here we tend to fail in messaging to the American people, explaining why we're there and what the consequences are of not being there. And to be perfectly frank, we don't get a lot of help in that explanation process from the Congress in terms of helping educate the American people, because they are the ones that go back into the districts to help explain what the United States is doing in any given place on any given issue.
Jake, when you served both in the Obama administrations and the Biden administrations, you were a foreign policy guru for a long time, and you could tell in the architecture of some of what you were dealing with the withdrawal from Afghanistan, a foreign policy for the middle class. You could sort of feel like you were trying to address things that were broken, that weren't working out, public feeling like it was an economic cost to them to be involved. And I'm just interested, as you look back, do you feel like you achieved your goals? And two, looking back with the benefit of hindsight, what could you have gotten better, particularly in the Biden administration?
Well, first I'll start, Steve, with just taking on a bit your opening premise, which was in 2024, there was an election, and that election said the American people are no longer interested in the world.
Not American, just a lot of Americans.
Or a lot of Americans. I mean, I think if you go back to 2017, or the 2016 election, and the Aspen Security Forum in 2017, people would have said the same thing. The American people have spoken. They're saying they're not interested in being engaged in the world anymore. Then, of course, 4 years later, Joe Biden was elected president. Nobody got up on stage in 2021 and said, the American people have spoken, they all want to be deeply engaged in the world. So we tend only to read the signals in one direction. And I think that's not right. I actually believe the American people continue to believe in principled engagement in the world and continue to believe that our fate is tied to the fate of people elsewhere. And I think you can see this no more clearly than in the sustained support that the American people have shown for Ukraine. You look at every opinion poll going back to February of 2022, right up until July of 2025, and a strong majority of the American people stand behind that. And in fact, it's President Trump who has shifted on this issue in recent days, not the American people. I do
How
believe...
long do you think he'll hold that position?
I'm the last person to predict what he will and won't do. But I think basically now the logic has become clear. He started by saying, I'm going to blame Zelensky, I'm going to say Ukraine started the war, and I'm going to pressure him, and that's going to get me to the end, because he truly believed Ukraine was the obstacle to peace. Well, he tried that strategy, and it became abundantly clear to everybody, up to now and including him, that Putin is the obstacle to peace in Ukraine. And so I think now that he recognizes that, he's going down a track, which I think is right, to try to increase support for Ukraine and hopefully increase pressure on Russia. I can't say how long that will be sustained, but what I can say is strong bipartisan majorities of Americans believe it is right for us to be engaged in support of the Ukrainian people, and they see the larger logic for why. Now, one of the things we tried to do in the Biden administration was make the long-term investments in American strength and capacity through investments at home, through investments in diverse and resilient supply chains, through investments in our alliances that would ultimately deliver a more vibrant, more inclusive, more capable economy over time. I think the biggest challenge we faced is time. That those kinds of investments are playing out, they're playing out as we speak today, and will for the next many years, but election cycles are in 4 years. And I read the book Abundance with great interest because my lived experience as National Security Advisor was there are so many obstacles to the United States being able to build at speed and scale. Dimitri asked on the last panel, why didn't we solve the rare earths problem? We've seen it through multiple administrations, the Obama administration, the Trump administration, the Biden administration. And the answer is we made progress. We put a lot of effort into it right from day one and right to the end, both by ourselves and with allies, as Kevin Rudd indicated. But it is very difficult, absent a jolting moment like what China just did with the rare earths export controls, to move our system to deliver the kinds of capacity of building in defense industrial bases.
Let me just pick up on this. I feel like I have this role here in part of thinking of family members of mine in Bartlesville, Oklahoma, who don't buy this explanation. They think they fought the Cold War through generations of people who served the US government. Somehow China came on top. So as they look at all of these questions of all the do-good things that we have allegedly done to solve this problem, address that problem, move slowly, they now see someone up there who bombed Iran probably with Joe Biden's war plans, snapped his fingers, said stop the war. They're seeing a muscularity and an instant decision-making and someone doing this. And we don't know how this will all turn out. But I just want to kind of in a friendly way challenge some of the premises of where you're coming out on rare earths and others, because
let's just take rare earths, because I would say on that
Yeah.
issue, the Trump administration took a good step with MP materials. Is that going to solve our problem in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? No. We need to do a lot more. And we're going to have to see that from this administration. They haven't done enough. So just on that issue, they're confronting the same challenge that we did. That's quite different from a course of military action.
Right.
When it comes to reshoring industries, here in the United States, something that we were aggressively pursuing in the Biden administration, is Trump snapping his fingers and factories popping up and getting built in a month or a week? No. We still contend with very difficult challenges of building at speed and scale, and it takes more than a statement or a speech or a tariff to get that done. That is painstaking work and recognizing that the United States as a collective national enterprise, not just our government, but our private sector, and not just our federal government, but every level of government have to come together to do that.
Mark, but do you wish President Biden had bombed Iran instead of Donald Trump using your war plans to do it?
Look, what I would say is that during the transition, we handed off to the Trump administration a situation in which Iran was at its weakest point since 1979. Hezbollah had been functionally defeated, Assad had fallen, its air defenses had been destroyed, and twice Iran had tried to hit Israel with large salvos of missiles, and twice, with American help ordered by President Biden, Israel defeated those attacks. So Iran was weak and vulnerable. In my view, a weak and vulnerable Iran was susceptible to a very good deal that would lock Iran's program in a box for decades, not just set it back for a couple of years. And today, after the bombing, what do we need? We need a deal, which is what I think President Trump will pursue, because the only way to permanently end Iran's nuclear threat, I believe, is through diplomacy.
Mark, we all know your story with the administration. You left, there were tense times, et cetera. But I do think there's something you have a lot of insight in. Both you've been in business, you've worked in government, you were Secretary of Defense. And I think if I were out there giving speeches around the United States to talk about America's biggest problem in foreign policy and national security, my answer would have been inertia. That the likelihood that whatever we were going to do tomorrow was so path dependent on what we did yesterday. And so no matter who you want to give credit for or blame to, inertia has been gut punched hard, and now everyone has to scramble and fight for whatever. I was listening to Jake on the defense production side, in the United States or Europe, and it's fairly pathetic when you look at what's needed in the world. How are we not doing more? So I'm interested both in your business mind, but also serving. What do we do now where inertia has been gut punched? How do we begin constructing something that's going to be far more effective in terms of securing America's national security interests in the future?
Yeah, so I think one of the accomplishments of the first Trump administration, certainly from DOD, was the recognition through our national defense strategy in 2018 that we were now in this new era of great power competition, that the era of counterterrorism and counterinsurgency was behind us. Great power competition focused on China, my priority, then Russia, and then, of course, you had North Korea and Iran. And we defined that fairly well and started making that pivot back to what we would call high-intensity conflict. From my days in the Army, a veteran of the Gulf War, that was high-intensity conflict at that point in time. But I recall a story that I talked about in my memoir when I became Secretary of the Army in 2017, and we were quietly preparing the ground because we thought we might be going to war with North Korea. We were moving equipment and personnel and munitions to the theater. And when you looked at the munitions tables, you could see that we didn't have enough for a long war, if you recall. And I remember asking to the staff, my general staff, what's the plan? And their answer was, well, we'll simply order more. Now, I had the virtue of working at a major defense company, and I knew at the time that in terms of the weapons we produce today, it's not Rosie Riveter in the 1940s cranking out 155 millimeter shells every single day coming off the line. That in many cases, these weapons are millions of dollars and take several months, if not years, to build. And so there was that recognition in time that we didn't fully grasp the sense of what it takes to conduct a long war in an era of great power competition. And then voila, years later, 2022, Russia invades Ukraine. We start, again, providing any range of munitions to them, Patriot missiles, HIMARS, et cetera, 155 millimeter ammunition, which I know, Jake, you work personally on a great deal. And it just exposed the fact that we, frankly, don't have the industrial capacity that we need. And there wasn't a sense of urgency, and I frankly don't think there's still a sense of urgency within the executive branch and within Congress to really address that problem by providing the authorities that are needed to produce large amounts.
Who's the villain in the story?
I think, I don't know there's a villain, but there are multiple stakeholders that have to recognize the problem, and there has to be leadership at the top that drives this hard. We should be stacking munitions right now like cordwood.
I talked to somebody in this room in anticipating you three, and also Secretary Rice would be on the panel, and they said, Bob Gates is a hero. During Iraq, he basically got involved with personally directing logistics teams and micro level, not exactly something you would expect a Secretary of Defense to be doing. Jake, you were credited as being the quartermaster for the, trying to go find all the interceptors and the ammunition all around the world, kind of scouring things in a way. Mark, in the same way, kind of look at business. And the person made the comment that the Pentagon does what the Pentagon wants to do, and that maybe they'll be there on the other side. So I want to ask you this question about accountability and change as we look to the future. Because his comment, this is a very informed person who said, we've got to change the Pentagon does what the Pentagon wants to do model here, because our leading players across both Republican and Democratic administrations have struggled with that. So fix that problem.
So I would say, and I dealt with this with the so-called night courts where we went out and found tens and tens of billions of dollars. The Pentagon does what empowered leaders are willing to take on and bear the risk to do. And Bob Gates did a great job in terms of building the MRAPs and doing that. And my view is that right now, we should be, start to say, stacking munitions, building munitions, stacking it like cordwood for preparation for a conflict against China. There was a famous war game done by, I think, CSIS a couple years ago, and we realized that we would run out of munitions, several sets of munitions in the first few days of the conflict. The same is true not just for munitions, but for drones that we talked about on an earlier panel. We should be stacking drones, all types, in preparation for a potential conflict that may come with China, and use that as a deterrent. That and our industrial capacity are going to be key to a long war.
Bob, who's
the problem where we are is that we're very long on diagnosis and very short on prescription. And you hear all the rhetoric about all the things that need to be done, all the to-do lists that need to be taken care of, all of the opportunities for smaller defense companies and so on. That's all true. But at the end of the day, there are two villains. One villain is the building itself and the continued need for reform. I see the Congress is in the process of passing yet another 1,000 pages of advice on how to fix acquisition. They've been doing that every year for the past dozen or 15 or 20 years. We've now had 20,000 pages of that advice, and you can see how much progress has been made in that endeavor. So you've got the Pentagon bureaucracy, which is a problem. The second villain, if you will, is the Congress. And the Congress is a huge villain here. The Defense Department has not had an appropriated budget at the beginning of the fiscal year in 15 years. For those of you in business, imagine running a business where at the start of the fiscal year, you don't know how much money you're going to get or when you're going to get it. We are now in the middle of a year-long continuing resolution. Nothing new can be started. Oh, all those new ideas that people had, all those new programs, you can't start any of them because you're under a continuing resolution. You come up with a new idea that needs to have a lot of funding. The Secretary has to go to 4 committees on the Hill to get transferred, to get reprogramming authority. And the Congress is very long on talk and very short on delivery. And so this new bill that was just passed has $150 billion in it for the Defense Department, including, I think, 40 or so, $45 billion for ships, for building 16, 18 warships. Guess what? It's 1-year money. How many naval contractors are going to build a new shipyard on 1-year money? So contracting needs to be multi-year for the Defense Department. It needs to be look out 5 and 10 years. So the solutions to these problems are not a mystery. It's getting from here to there that is the problem, and the political will cannot be summoned either in the executive branch or in the Congress, and it goes back over multiple administrations to fix our defense problem. When I got to the Pentagon in December of 2006, I walked in the door and I said, who in this building is responsible for overseeing the needs of the warfighter in Afghanistan and in Iraq? Who comes to work every day saying, what do they need and how can I get it to them? And there was no such person. Everybody was managing programs of record and doing the long-term stuff. So there are problems within defense. There are problems with the Congress. They are fixable problems. People know what needs to be done. They just can't summon the frickin' will to do it.
Well, let's jump there, Jake and Condi, to the State Department. There's been a lot of discussion about the neutralization and dismantlement of USAID, America's role in the world. I'm interested in whether or not, again, these are subjects, again, going back to my Bartlesville, Oklahoma family. They don't really worry too much about USAID. They think it probably was a distraction and was something that was, again, undermining their core interests. And it's just very interesting to go back and feel that. Even when you go to speak to World Affairs Councils around the country in small towns, as I do, you can sort of feel not a complete embrace of President Trump, but something where they say, wow, he's really got his thumb on something that the strategic class in Washington is not feeling. So I want to give you an opportunity to kind of respond to what was left vulnerable to be hacked away when you left office, and Secretary Rice, I know you want to respond on the USAID issue as well. Jake?
I defer to the Secretary of State. That's what national security advisors are supposed to do, right? No? Yes.
Absolutely.
Never.
That's right. Yeah.
No, I'm happy to answer, but I want to let
the nice thing for Marco is he doesn't have to defer. He can defer to
That's right.
himself,
He defers
which
to
is Henry Kissinger's want as well. Look, I think I am well known, and I have every credential imaginable, as somebody who believes in foreign assistance, who believes in the compassion agenda, who was a part of the creation of PEPFAR, part of the tripling and quadrupling of aid to Africa, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But the State Department was in bad need of reform. Now, I have enormous respect for Foreign Service officers. I think they're among the best and the brightest. But I will just tell you a little story. When I became Secretary of State, I was asked to do a birthday message to the President of Bulgaria. It said, "Dear Mr. President, happy birthday and long live Bulgarian-American friendship." It had 10 people clear it. Right. So I think frankly, if I had not been fighting 2 wars, I probably would have tried to reform the State Department. And so I'm going to wait and see how this reform of the State Department works. I think there are too many layers in the Department of State. And when it comes to USAID, I'm on record as having never favored USAID as an independent agency. In Britain, DFID, as it's called, was an independent agency, then it wasn't, then it was. And the minister or the foreign secretary always had trouble coordinating what was done through this independent agency. The person who ran USAID for me is Henrietta Fore. I think she's someplace in the audience. Right. And what I did, she did a great job. But what I did was I made her both Deputy Secretary of State and Administrator of USAID. And we forced integration by forcing the Assistant Secretary for, say, Africa and the Assistant Administrator for Africa to come together and present their budget together. So I think that, I don't love the way that everything was done. I especially think the Doge period was a bit of an experiment that ran a little wild. But I have a lot of confidence in Marco Rubio. I know what he thinks about the tools that the United States needs for foreign policy. And I also know that the State Department is in bad need of reform.
Chris Coons and Mark Warner said we're not seeing the real Marco Rubio. Do you think we're seeing
what?
the real Marco Rubio?
I'm not going to even go there, all right? I think it's really a little bit insulting to try and talk about the real Marco Rubio. We've all known him for years. And he's a competent believer in American power and its exercise. And I think you're starting to see elements of that. But when it comes to the reform of the State Department, I just want to say, I think that the State Department is badly in need of reform. Right. And we will see how this comes out. But I'm prepared to wait and see.
Jake. So I have a lot of spare time on my hands now. I went back and read John F. Kennedy's speech announcing USAID in 1961. And you get halfway through the speech and he actually stops and he says, there are many people in America who are asking, do we still need to be doing this after 15 years? Do we still need to be doing foreign assistance? Shouldn't all that money be spent at home? And I raise that because I don't think this is a challenge facing the question of foreign assistance just from the last 10 years. This has always been the case, where there is a natural intuition to think, wait a second, why are we spending the money over there rather than here? And are we really getting bang for our buck, and is it serving our interests? And presidents of both parties have stood up and made the case for why it makes sense. And I believe that the foreign assistance element of American soft power is incredibly important. And you know who else believes it's incredibly important? China, which is why when we slashed and burned USAID over the last few months, China went in to fill in the gaps just about everywhere. So I'm one who believes that president after president has had to confront this strain of question, legitimate common sense question from the American people, and has tried to do so in a way that has been responsive, as Secretary Rice was, in the way that she built the F function and brought USAID closer into the State Department.
Yeah,
but I would just say, I'm sorry if you don't mind, just
yeah.
One other point that I think is really important. That doesn't mean there doesn't have to be reform. and that reform should be real and it should be accountable. The thing that really bothers me about the past few months, though, both in DOGE and in the firings of large numbers of State Department officials, is these are public servants who have given their life to this country, and they have been mistreated. And I believe that we should be standing up for these folks, not claiming that they're bad and evil and wrong and lazy, which they are not. So whatever you want to say about reform and trying to do things in a different way or align priorities in a different way, that's one thing. Right. But we've got to treat the people who have served this country with respect and give them what they are due, which is a deep sense of gratitude from the American
Jake,
people.
I just want to say, I spent my life treating them with respect.
I'm sorry.
No, just let me finish.
That was not...
No, just let me finish.
Yeah, criticism.
Treating them with respect. And as I said, the Foreign Service is the best and the brightest. But I will tell you that there is an issue in terms of some of the things that we were doing in foreign assistance over the last several years that were quite far apart from American national interest. So a look at what the Foreign Service dollar, or the foreign assistance dollars that we are spending is actually buying, I think is long overdue. I'd be the first to say, don't like the way the rhetoric has gone, but sometimes you have to admit that it's been drifting for a while. The second point that I would make is I'm the one who said just yesterday, when I walked into a room, I loved having the American military on one shoulder, the American economy on the other, and a hand of compassion. So I'm totally there. But we have, with the American people, questions about what we're doing with foreign assistance. Why is it that years and years and years and years after we have had a foreign assistance program, we seem to have made little impact on the recipient of that foreign assistance? I will tell you about a conversation I just had with somebody who's a recipient of PEPFAR.
Right.
I think, from my point of view, the proudest moment in all of my government service was when we did PEPFAR. We saved 25 million lives. This person, however, said, it's also been 20 years. Have we been developing ourselves the capacity to do some of this ourselves? Sure. And too often, the way that we delivered foreign assistance really kept people on foreign assistance rather than building their capacity. And I would hope that now, when we're re-looking how we do foreign assistance, that we're cognizant of the fact that we don't actually want to be in a country for 40 years delivering foreign assistance. We want to build up their economies. We want to build up their capacity. We want to build up their healthcare systems. And so that's why I say it's high time that we take a look at how we're delivering foreign assistance. If 20 years after PEPFAR is delivered, we still have countries that are not capable of doing anything for themselves. I think that's a very important question.
So I tell you one thing, time flies when I have the four of you on stage. So we have 4 minutes, just remarkable, and I'm going to try and do this. There's so many issues out there we could have discussed. Where should Russia sit on our strategic dashboard? What should a more robust challenge, dealing with the China challenge look like? What are the component pieces? How do we deal with the emergence of AI everywhere in terms of threats and not? Where does India fit at the map? What are the other areas?
So 1 minute on each?
Yeah, well, no. I'm going to ask each of you, as you sort of look at this, and I think one of the things, to come back to the spirit of the book of like thinking about the future of America and the world, I'd just be interested to hear from each of you a priority, whether it's Middle East, Gaza, or something we need to get better than we've been getting it. What should be the focus from your unique independent perspective on something that we're not solving, that we need to solve to secure our national security interests down the road? So I'll let you pick whatever, because there's a long list of things we didn't get to on this panel. So Mark.
If I could wave a magic wand and ask for one thing, I'd like to see greater cooperation and bipartisanship at the political level here in this country. And I think if both parties can come together, work together on the issues of the day, then I think that is the basis, the foundation by which we solve most other problems, whether it be China is the greatest strategic threat we face, or from our debt and deficit, which are growing out of control. But I think we need to get back to a more of a political consensus and find people who are willing to work together to advance the agenda of the day, the president's agenda, whatever that, the agenda of the American people, and drive forward on that. That'll show confidence to the American people and to our allies as well that America can still lead and can still get things done.
Jake?
It comes back to what I said before about the ability to build at speed and scale, because I believe that a country that loses its ability to build will ultimately lose its capacity to innovate, and in doing so, I think we will fall behind in the competition with China. We have to get that right, and I think the only way to do that is to do it on a bipartisan basis.
Thank you, Bob.
For all the rhetoric, a lot of parts of government work and work well, but a lot of parts don't. And in addition to endorsing what Mark and Jake have said, I would say having the leadership in the White House, in the Hill, and in the departments to actually fix a lot of the problems that are wrong. You know, criticize DOGE and all the rest of it, and there may be a worse way to reform government than DOGE, but I can't think of it. But there is a need for deep-seated reform and restructuring in almost every element of our government. It's built up barnacles over decades. And so what we need is a reform agenda that empowers cabinet secretaries, that empowers leaders in Congress to work together to figure out how do you reshape these institutions and make them work for the 21st century, because they're all holdovers from the 20th century and a bygone era. So there is a need for a thoroughgoing house cleaning, in all honesty, in the federal government, Defense Department, intelligence community, all the other departments of government. But what it takes is a set of leaders, beginning with the president, but beginning with the leadership of the Congress, that says, you know, we have an opportunity here to try and fix a lot of this. Let's see how we can do it, and do it in a sensible way that preserves what works and gets rid of what doesn't, and then prepares for the future.
Condi?
Yeah. I completely agree with my fellow panelists, so let me go a completely different way. I'm actually really worried that too many Americans don't think they've got a chance. And I think it's a combination of a little bit globalization. A lot of jobs did leave, and the $18 an hour unskilled labor job's gone forever. Some of it is in our educational system, where we've got too many third graders who can't read, and we've got too many 21-year-olds with a useless college degree and a huge debt, when maybe a skill as a plumber or as an electrician might have done better. I worry that the 35-year-old who can't be retrained, because we've got 37 different federal training programs, none of which work. I worry about our human potential, because ultimately, the thing that holds the United States together, and it's actually the thing that I think has been admired when you go abroad, is that we're not actually held together by nationality or religion or ethnicity. We're held together by a creed. That it doesn't matter where you came from, it matters where you're going. You can come from humble circumstances, and you can do great things. And when I can look at your zip code and I can tell where you're going to get a good education, that can't possibly be true. And whatever all of us would like to see in terms of an American role abroad, in terms of the United States shaping the international system, if too many Americans are not included in that creed, we won't play a major role in the world. We will turn internal. And so I worry probably more about that. I once said that I thought the crisis in K-12 education was our biggest national security problem. I stand by that.
I just want to say, well, first of all, thank all of you. And if you've been able to walk around on campus, I love these little banners that they have with, quotes from Todd Young and Emmanuel Bone and others. And there is the one that Condi Rice said is out there, and it says, I often say how the four horsemen of the apocalypse, as I call them, are populism, nativism, isolationism, and protectionism, and they all tend to ride together. I think it's very important, and I think one of the challenges I would put to all of you and all of us is there's a dismissiveness about the reality that that's rising. There's a view that that is them and not us. And I would just say that one of the challenges is to invite those horsemen to the table to have a conversation and engage.
Amen.
And so that's my editorial comment. Please give a big round of applause to Condoleezza Rice, Bob Gates, Jake Sullivan, and Mark Esper. And thank you all so much for your attention and for being here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stay in your seats for just 3 more minutes. We're going to say thank yous and then get you all to lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, it now falls to me to conclude in just a few minutes and say thank you, a huge thank you to all of our speakers, moderators who are here, our rising leaders, all of you in the audience who come, who listen, who want to learn, and who make all of this amazing event possible. It's been an eventful 3 days. We have learned a lot from each other. There's been a huge amount of bipartisan agreement on this stage, from Penny Pritzker telling us yesterday that all of us who are bemoaning the protectionism on the trade world need to take a good hard look at our communities and why they're not thriving, to Condi just echoing that sentiment and saying that there are a lot of people in this country for whom globalization did not work. We've heard over and over again that we as Americans and those 17 countries that were represented here today are engaged in a similar enterprise. We want to build a more stable, more prosperous world. And to do that, you heard it really effectively on this last panel, we have to hang together. We can't allow ourselves to be torn apart. So the people who help us do all this are represented in this room, and we are deeply grateful to them. The Aspen President and CEO Dan Porterfield, Board Chair Margot Pritzker, Elliot Gerson, our co-chairs Nick Burns and Condi Rice. Thank you both for being here and for all you do. Thank you to all of our partners and sponsors without whom none of this would be possible. MasterCard, Microsoft, Anduril, Intel, Rockefeller Foundation, American Airlines, Google, and additional support from Anthropic, Govini, Hawkeye 360, OpenAI, Strider, Citi, Mayer Brown, and Prion. Thank you all. Thank you for what you do. And I hope that each of you, as you're walking out, you're grabbing your last lunch, pull over a member of our staff and tell them thank you, because people work day and night. Morgan, Dulcie, Jordan, Matt, and the whole conference services team, you guys are amazing. And then our unbelievable team at the Aspen Strategy Group, Neve, Leah, Deb, Alana, if you guys can wave, you're all here. Karina, Maggie, Emily, Matilda, Elizabeth, Ellen, Ella, and Chris Herman. Thank you. So I'm going to close where we began on Tuesday evening, and that is to echo Joe Nye, who was one of the co-founders of this great organization, and who every time he got up on this stage said, the enterprise we're engaged in here cuts across party lines, it cuts across nation-state lines. We all have the same ideals. We want to reduce conflict. We want to build stability. We want to create a more peaceful, more prosperous world. And Joe always left us with this. We come together here not just to talk and to be very smart up on stage. We had a lot of smart people up on stage, but to actually listen. To listen to our disagreements, to see if maybe we should check some of our own assumptions and think a little bit differently, and then to take all of that learning out into the world and what we do every day. So thank you, Joe, for founding this great organization. Thank you to all of you for being part of it.